fuck it. This is a fucking weird one, because it fucking just suddenly come to me whilst I was fucking thinking about things, as you do. But I was thinking about what gets thought of as sensitive subjects. Especially some of the social, conceptual or moral queries and questions and situations that need resolution that can come further down the line from the sort of questions I'm on about. What is consciousness? What is sentience? Both in a real everyday way that we think of it as, but also in any other sort of a way that might be thought of, whether it's metaphysical, spiritual, whether it's, I don't know what you want to call it, purely biological, whether it's, as God, well, I bastardise his name, Krishnamurti, Krishna, fucking hell, anyway, once postulated the potential logical pathway to defining what we think of as consciousness, self-awareness, maybe not self-awareness, consciousness. This foreground sentience that we call the I, the me, the self, the bit that's separate from the subconscious, the bit that makes us think we're different to all the other animals and all the rest of it. That there's a reasonable argument as to why it might not be what we think it is at all, and the self-awareness is a illusionary, misapprehension-based byproduct of the fact that we've got memory. But it's not exactly a done argument. I'm just saying that that's one of the things that we as humans have thought about as far as consciousness is concerned, what it is, or what it may not be, or what it isn't, right? So, consciousness, the fuck is it? Seems like everyone cares and no one cares. No one wants to really talk about it. Does it attach at some point during development? Seems reasonable to assume that it does, because the idea of the embryotic zygote thing, that it is for 3 days whilst the proper merge of the sperm and the egg takes place, and it, however many days it is before that process finishes, 3 or 4 days I think it is, it's called a zygote during that stage, and after that point it's actually merged and has its own unique DNA. Is that the point when consciousness attaches? Seems reasonable to assume it might not immediately attach, if it attaches, and that it would attach further down the developmental line after however many weeks, once organs and brain and stuff like that starts to form. Maybe it doesn't attach until all of the sensory apparatus is basically up and running at whatever many weeks that is. But I would say it's a fair assumption to say it attaches before delivery day. But that was one of those further down the line issues and problems that I was on about, that come from just the baseline, what the is it? Because mind already is mad enough, and that's us living it and being it and doing it and interacting with each other and talking about it and doing the best that we can and learning from old philosophers and different people who have bloody gone on about it. anyone who's ever made any sense, half the time their stuff stuck around for a while, didn't it? So, because I'm pretty sure I can absolutely determine that there is absolutely zero difference in what it actually is when it comes to your waking vision, a dream, a hallucination, or any other thing that could be affecting your senses, your vision anyway in this case. Delirium from dehydration, you know, whatever, illness, whatever, religious vision, you know, whatever people see, you know. But the point is, functionally, there is no difference between what the image is made out of. So when you have a dream and you see pictures, and those pictures are in your mind, aren't they? Yeah, your eyes are closed, you're asleep, those pictures are in your mind. Well, your waking day life, the images that you're seeing, those pictures are in your mind in exactly the same way. Exactly the same way. Your brain can create imagery within its mind, what we call the mind's eye. Your waking vision is just it on autopilot, making a picture out of everything that comes in. But everything that comes in is just a stream of light. Coded, encoded, flipped up, sent backwards through nerve fibers to your brain, and then it takes all that. It's not a video coming in. It's an encoded stream of data going back to your brain. Your brain re-encodes it again and draws a picture. Now, when you're asleep, it draws a picture in exactly the same way. It's just using different input. The input is your own imagination or whatever. Memory, whatever. The point is, the picture it's generating is exactly the same as the picture that you're generating with your eyes open. Or a picture that could be generated through one of the other methods that can mess with your vision, whether it's hallucination or weird substances or poisons and toxins and illnesses and all manner of different fatigue type situations and all of that sort of stuff, religious this and that, and all this different other mental things that can create imagery. The imagery that's being created during a religious vision, for example, is no different to the imagery that's being created in a dream or the imagery that's being created when you look at something. Because what's happening when you look at something? You're sitting wherever you're sitting now. There's a box, there's a chair, there's a wardrobe, there's a whatever there is, a bookshelf. When you look at that, what's actually happening? Obviously, people know the basics, but in order to prove the logical pathway so as that the conclusion is absolutely true, I'll go through it. Because when the light hits the bookshelf, it hits the bookshelf, and the light that's not the bookshelf, the light that came from wherever it came from, the bulb, the sun, hits the bookshelf and bounces into your eye. Well, that's just light. It's not the bookshelf. Now your brain is able to take all of the different coordinates, if you like, of the light coming in, the different frequencies for different colours, different whatevers that it's worked out to show shades and give 3 dimensions to 3-dimensional objects in your vision, because your vision is a drawn picture in your mind made out of raw data coming in, and your brain's deciphering it and drawing a representative image of what it is able to infer the light bounced off, and so therefore, because I can see the light that's bounced off it and come in, I'm going to say that thing is this shape, and it's a rectangle. Oh, okay. But you're not seeing the bookshelf. The bookshelf sitting over there had light bounce off it and come to you. You're seeing light. You're not seeing the bookshelf. So the image that you see in your waking mind with your eyes open when you look at the bookshelf is a fabricated image by your mind that is an accurate representation of all the coordinates data that make up the shape and exact location and dimensions and all the rest of it of whatever you happen to be looking at. And that's no different when you have a dream. It's just when you're awake, your brain's on live feed, whatever goes in your eyes, your brain just draws it without question. Well, without question, you know what I mean? Automatically. In the same way as it does all your other bodily functions automatically. But it is drawing the picture, because that picture that you see, the only place it actually exists is in your mind. Same as when you close your eyes and you imagine that person that you love, and you can see their face, and the only place that picture exists at that moment in time is in your mind, because that person is somewhere else. Well, when you go to that person and you look at them, all you're actually seeing is the light that bounced off them, and your brain is able to re-encode and configure it so as that it knows what that image is, and it draws that image for you. But the image that you see, well, what's the best way to put it? What's it made of? Because it exists. It exists, as in it is something that exists within creation. It doesn't matter where it is. For now, we'll assume it's just in your brain, obviously. Obviously, everything you're seeing is out there. It's all real objects. I'm not trying to say life is a dream. I'm trying to say that because what you're seeing is the light that bounced off objects, not the actual object. There's nothing from the object coming to you that any of your senses are picking up. You're only able to infer what it is. It's as if someone threw a tennis ball at a wall and it bounced off the wall, it hit you in the back of the head, and by feeling it, you were able to tell all manner of different things about the wall. Well, that's your eyes. But your eyes are a million levels above that. And little balls of stuff go ding, 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 from every different direction, and your brain just goes and draws a picture. Like some crazy architect that could just do it on the fly by you saying, yeah, well, it was kind of like this and like that, and he's just live drawing perfect reality. That's what your brain's doing at full speed all the time. So what is the image made of, and where exactly is it in your brain? Because obviously it's not a projector, but it is a projected image. Colours aren't real. They're representations of distinctions between energy patterns of light that is always the same. So green is always green because green is always the same frequency. So that frequency is mapped and gets something to represent it as of the first time you see it, for example. Which is why there's no way to determine that the actual colour that I see is when I see green is the same as the actual colour that another person sees. Because it's impossible to determine either way. You can't determine it's the same and you can't determine it's different because no one can actually see the image that another person is seeing in their brain. We can detect stuff happening and know that they're having a dream, but they're actually seeing an image. We can't see that image, no one can see it, and you couldn't go in there and look at it. It's not actually being projected in a physical sense, but it's real, isn't it? The image exists, so it has to be made of something, even if it's made of magic etherical energy, it doesn't matter. The point is, if it exists, it has to be made of something, and it has to be somewhere. So where is the image of your dream located? Because if it's not located in a physical sense, then we're instantly into metaphysics as far as consciousness is concerned. Where the hell is the image? Because it's playing. Something is watching it. You are watching it. You are watching your own image. But that image is being generated inside your brain. It's not outside your brain. All the stuff is outside your brain. The stuff's not inside your brain though, is it? Light bounced off the stuff, went into your eyes, went into your brain, and your brain was able to just draw a picture of what all the stuff must look like. But the stuff doesn't even have colour. The colour is just the change of the light as it bounced off it. The box maybe absorbs some of the light, so it doesn't all bounce back to you. Whatever's left over is the colour of the box. Well, that's not actually even the colour of the box, because the colour of the box is what got absorbed, not what got bounced back to you. If you want to say anything about the colour of the box, you could only say it would be what got absorbed, not what got bounced to you, because what got bounced to you is not the box. It's the light that hit the box and bounced off the box again. It was never the box. The box still hasn't been seen. You can touch the box, that's really the box then, but then that's you touching it. That's a different sensory input. And yeah, now you can get weird things like that, can't you? Yeah, where you can sort of see flashes in your mind's eye when you think you drop something down the back of the bench or down the back of the wherever you're working or whatever. You know what I mean? And you're like, where's that? Oh, you can almost see it, can't you? Because your brain can draw images out of all manner of different inputs if it wants to, feels like it needs to, or just does it automatically in whatever way it is that it does it. But it's doing it, and it's drawing the images, and something is viewing the images, and we can't tell where those fucking images actually are. We can say they're in the brain. Great. Where the hell is the image? Because it exists. And to just say, oh, it's in your mind's eye. Where the hell is your mind's eye? If they were going to call it something, that's fine. But by calling it something, we're acknowledging its existence. Therefore, there are unavoidable determinations. Like, if it exists, it has to be something. It can't be fairy dust, unless fairy dust is real. So what is the picture? Because I'm saying that's the best evidence at the moment for other levels and layers and the idea of a metaphysical side of consciousness, if you want to think of it like that. The idea that it could attach at some point and or not attach because it can't be unattached. But that's maybe a different part of the conversation, because eventually as soon as you go down the line of thinking of consciousness as not necessarily being not being the thing that's completely unique in us, and that other life could have a simpler form of it, or a different form of it, or a basic form of it, or whatever, you know what I mean, some other form of it. They could have exactly the same, and they're just different animals, therefore they interact with the world differently, but their thoughts might just be just as on. Oh, it's nice today, isn't it? Oh yeah, glad it's not raining. Whatever they call rain, they know what it bloody is. They don't need a name for it, they just need to know it. They're glad it's not happening. That just has to be a knowing in their head. The same way we don't think every word we think meaning and knowing and just all manner of stuff. We think lots of words as well, obviously, but you don't have to think a conversation. You don't have to have complex language in order to be having complex thoughts. So it's possible all the other life that seems to be aware in some way could be just as switched on as we are. Could be. There's no way of knowing unless you can hear the inside of their head. Well, as soon as you start going down that sort of a road, you get to a very difficult point where you start saying, okay, well, if there's a metaphysical and or weird aspect to consciousness and mind and sentience, then do you need a brain or do you just need a sensory input? Because if something is being sensed, then something is sensing it. And in the same way as we feel heat, you still feel it. It's a feeling. Having thoughts about it is something completely different. Knowing that you're feeling the heat, whether you know what it's called, whether you know where it's coming from, if you don't even understand the sensation, you know your senses are working, therefore your body feels it. Does a plant feel light? Does it need a brain? Possibly. What I'm saying is as soon as we get to any point where we're going to say, where we could reasonably assume and or postulate, without it being just crazy wild talk, we could reasonably postulate that there is an other element to this consciousness thing that might not be a purely hardwired biological thing. Like the image in your dream, where is it? What's it made of? Is it made out of matter? What type of matter is the dream image made of? Because the dream image exists, whatever it's made of, and it's somewhere, wherever it is. So where is it? Don't just say the brain. And what's it made of? And I'd love an answer to that one, because you know you can't say matter. It's made of matter, is it? What's the image made of? It's made of a bloody good reason to assume there might be other stuff going on, eh? I mean, it's the same with hearing. It's no different. The noise that you actually hear inside your head, the only place that noise exists is inside your head. That noise isn't actually outside travelling around. That noise is just a pressure wave through the air. It's just the air. Your eardrums detect movement. They recognise pattern. They can differentiate between a constant blow like the wind and sharp pulses like a sound wave. But the thing that's happening is just the local atmosphere pressing against your eardrum, and your eardrum sensing the pressure and sending a coded signal to your brain, pressure wave. Oh right, that sounds like ding, does it? No, it doesn't sound like anything, because the sound of ding only happens inside your head. Well, why can't we put a microphone on our heads and hear the noise? Because we experience the noise happening, but that noise isn't actually happening. That's just a vibration. The vibration isn't the noise. The vibration is your local surroundings being moved. Well, that would be like if I touched myself, there was a noise inside my head instead of a feeling. I get a feeling when I touch my own hand, because that's how my brain interprets that sensory input. But my ears, the way it interprets that sensory input isn't just by a feeling, it creates a noise. That's what we call it anyway. The noise is only in your head. Your brain makes it up. There's every chance that when I say Brian, I hear a noise, and you could hear a completely different noise inside your head than what I hear. It's very possible. And it just so happens that whenever I say the exact pattern, Brian, well, your brain generates the exact same noise, because that's what it does, recognizes a sound pattern, creates a noise for it, and if it ever hears that same sound pattern again, it creates the same noise. But there's no way of proving that the noise I hear in my head when a bell rings is the same as the noise you hear in your head, because the noise doesn't exist anywhere outside my head and your head. We can't get it out, because pointing to where it's happening, where is the noise happening? This bit of the brain lights up when your ears are detecting stuff, yeah? But where's the noise happening? It's just like, oh, well, you know, that noise must just be echoing, rattling around inside your head, bouncing off the inside of your skull. Where the hell is the noise happening? Because I hear it, and I'm not hearing what's outside. That's just being translated. It's worse than that. It's being made up. It's being invented. And because the sound of a bell is the same every time you hit a bell, the pressure wave that comes off it is the same. We all agree that when that noise happens, oh yeah, that's the same as that other noise that we heard. Yeah, we call that a bell, don't we? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we all agree that it's, if I ding a bell today and we all hear it, and then I ding a bell tomorrow, we all agree that's the same noise as yesterday. Because our brain recognises it. But that doesn't mean the noise that's being generated inside your head is the same as everybody else's. Probably is, but it's not the point. The point is you can't prove it because we can't even know exactly where it is. We can't listen to it. Can't put a microphone inside your head to hear the noises. Can't stick a camera in there to see if we can catch a glimpse of wherever the picture happens to be being played, because the picture's being played, isn't it? The noises are being played inside your head somewhere. You're experiencing it. That's all happening within mind, consciousness. This weird, etherical, metaphysical, spiritual, whatever element of it that has been thought of over the eons and all the time and all that. Because to me it seems like there's no way to explain the phenomena that we experience as noise and vision, imagery, without basically co-opting the idea that consciousness must have some other type of form to it that isn't purely matter, because the image is made of something and the noise is happening somewhere. The image is happening somewhere as well, we don't know where. We can just see which bits of the brain are working whilst the image is playing, but we can't see where the image is playing, but the bloody thing's playing in your mind. Subconscious is doing all the heavy lifting. Said that already. But as far as I'm concerned, that's a reasonable start on a hard problem. How to even prove, to begin with, that there is even a sentience, that it's not all a result of the fact that we have memory storage, are able to self-reference that memory storage, and are in effect assuming we're a conscious entity, when in fact it's just an awareness of the record process taking place. We see reality a millimicrosecond behind real time because of the processing delay. No matter how small it is, we're still lagging. When's now? Is now once my brain finishes working it out, or is now when it actually happened? And which one is that? And when is it? Is now one trillionth of a millisecond in front of us? The actual now, the now that we're experiencing, is once we've fucking processed it all. Who knows? I'm just saying, the point is, because of how much is definitely happening, that we don't know what it's made of and we don't know where it is, stands to reason that it has to be somewhere and it has to be made out of something. Well, I would love to know what that image is made out of. I mean, I don't know, because now I might be speculating a little bit, but I'm sure I read that, and I'm not advocating, but I'm sure I read that a particularly powerful psychedelic substance. That's found naturally in the plant world, is produced naturally by the human brain, and in minute doses, though large at the time, there is a release that's significantly higher than normal at birth and death. And upon reading that, not knowing if it's absolutely true that there is this flood of it at birth and flood of it at death, but being pretty sure that it is a substance that's generated naturally by the human brain, it led me to think that that would be a good I don't know if it's an assumption, a good idea as to what the brain is using in order to generate the image that we call real normal waking life. We know the apparatus that it's using in order to do the processing, but we don't know what it's using in order to display the image. Or maybe it's using what we call psychedelics, but maybe it's using this DMT that your brain releases. It's generating the image somehow. I don't care what the input is, I care about the output, because the image is being outputted to your waking mind and you're seeing it. What's doing the output, and how does the mechanism actually work? Because the only mechanism I know where your brain can generate images is these psychedelic substances. So maybe with the tiniest micro amounts of it, and who knows what other substances, chemicals, hormones, or whatever, your brain is basically got you on like a drip feed of hallucinogens, and then it's just feeding your hallucination reality. Exactly matches reality syndrome. Now who's got it? All of us. Yeah, exactly. Fucking mad, isn't it? Because I don't know if that's true, but I would love to have a better idea for exactly how the brain is actually getting from the processing part to the image generation part, and what the image is made of, because it looks like it's made of the same thing hallucination is made of, and it looks like it's made of the same thing that dream is made of, because they're all made of something, because they bloody exist, so they have to be. You can't get out of that. You can't just say they're made of nothing, they're just pictures. They can't be just pictures. Pictures are made of something. It's just imagery. Well, imagery's made of something, and it has to be somewhere, and something has to be watching it. So I think that's the foot in the door, and that's us all screwed, because the foot's in the door then for metaphysics, basically. It's not just wild, fantastical assumptions about the deep mysteries of the universe and, oh God, well, you know, people had the idea of gods, so that's other levels, isn't it? So it's not like it's a new thing, and of course then, therefore, there's going to be the idea of other levels. Well, what might the other levels be? Well, it might not be gods, it might be multiverses. Oh, well, yeah, no, yeah, fair enough. Might be consciousness. Like I'm the first to say that, but seems like consciousness is at least the thing that has got, bloody hell, phenomena associated with it that seem very difficult to describe and define without there being a weird thing to consciousness that's not just purely biological. Because the image is made of something and it has to be somewhere. And the noises are made, well, they have to be happening somewhere. I don't know what they're made of. I guess they have to be made of something because they're happening. They exist. Doesn't matter what it's made of. It's like if God exists, God has to be made out of something. It doesn't matter what he's made out of. He has to be made of something. Wherever he is has to be somewhere. Doesn't matter what it's made out of either. It doesn't matter what the rules are there, how big it is, how small it is. It doesn't matter. It has to be. I don't need to know what, just need to know that. If God, then God has to be made out of something. God has to be somewhere. God has to be something. God can be everywhere, but that's what he would be if he was God and God's everywhere. Well, then God's everywhere, all right? Doesn't matter if it doesn't make sense. If it's true, it's true. If God's not everywhere and God's up in the God place, well, God's up in God place, wherever that is, however that's made of, whatever God is, whatever God's actually made of. God's not made of matter. God's made of smatter, all right? I don't care what you call it, just has to be something if it's there. Well, the image has to be something if it's there. It's there. The noise has to be something if it's there. It's there. They both have to be somewhere as well if they exist. They exist. There is only one existence, and all the fancy God knows whats are all a part of it. There is no outside of existence. There is only existence. The imagery of dreams exist within existence. They have to be made of something. They have to be happening somewhere. There's no getting out of it. So, is it just matter that's conscious? All matter. Probably not. But just DNA. Maybe DNA is what's conscious. DNA is what consciousness, in the metaphysical sense, attaches to. And anything of any combination of replicating DNA is conscious. To some level, whatever level its complexity allows. Let's just say, I'm just spitballing now, but who the fuck, you know? Prove me wrong. Right, so anyway, I'm not proving myself right. I'm saying we've got no logical way to just remove that as an idea, a perfectly reasonable idea, because what the hell is consciousness? We don't know. How does it attach to the brain? We don't know. Is there any metaphysical aspects to it? Bloody well looks like it. Okay, so what can it attach to? Anything that can be? No. Anything that can do? Consciousness can attach to anything that can do something. So like a rock on the floor can't do anything, it can only have things done to it. Self-replicating DNA can do things. It can self-replicate. It can consume whatever it consumes. It can move in whatever way it moves. It can do things. So maybe consciousness attaches as soon as something can do something. Maybe not. Maybe it needs a brain. Maybe only life with a brain has got it. But I think that's weird. I would say the highest. Which way around am I trying to say it? The highest point at which I will no longer entertain debates about the perfectly reasonable idea that consciousness could be attached to that type of life is anything with a single sensory input. Plants, doesn't matter what. Any bacteria that can sense anything, if they can sense it, they know it's happening. They don't have to think, oh, I like that, I don't like that. It just has to be aware that it's happening. It just has to be reacting to it. Oh, that's a knee-jerk reaction. Yeah, did you feel the last thing that made you flinch? Probably. You still knew it was happening. Oh, when the plant curls up, that's just because of all the, biology, chemistry. It can't know. Why? Because you need a brain to know. Well, you don't seem to need a brain to display imagery, because it doesn't seem to be being displayed in the brain, does it? It's being displayed somewhere else, in the etherical consciousness land. Because it's not in the brain. We'd know where it is by now. We'd have seen it. All we see is the detection of bits working. We don't see no imagery playing. The imagery is playing. So, if a plant can sense light, maybe it knows. Might not know much. Might be quite content. Might just know it's happening. Might not. Might not be making any sense. Might just be talking rubbish, eh? But I think there is no way out of that, as far as there being a strange aspect to consciousness that's not just some enlightening movement, bloody idea of a collective consciousness or something like that. It's not a religious idea of a God. It's saying these things are happening and we don't know what they're made out of, and we don't know exactly where they're happening, but both of those things have got answers, and it looks like the image isn't made out of matter. Well, as far as I'm concerned, that blows the lid off of everything already. What the hell is it made of? I'm aware of the noise I hear inside my head, but no one else could hear that. Where is the noise? In your head, Brian? Yeah. But it's not though, is it? Because we'd be able to hear it if it was. So I'm experiencing the hearing. In where am I experiencing it? In my mind's eye or in my mind's ear? Or is it in this fucking thing I'm saying now? This basically closes the book or opens the can of worms as far as other layers are concerned. There's no longer a debate about whether or not the other layers might be there, and science could never prove it. It's just a matter of when are we going to start looking, actually looking. Because the only people I've seen who are being incorrectly labelled as having had been looking are people who've just decided that, yeah, I reckon there's a God and I know what it thinks. All right, well, I reckon that it's possible there might be a God, but no one's got any bloody clue what it thinks. The arrogance, anyway. Oh, in his infinite wisdom, he told one person and asked them to spread the message. What, really important stuff? He didn't tell everyone. He just told one special person. I'm not going into how stupid it is, because the whole thing's stupid. The idea there might be a God is not stupid. Every single story you guys try and say about how the message was being delivered is complete bananas stupid. And no God that can create universes, oh, how do you know, Brian? No God that can create universes has important information to tell sentient beings, and tells one random person in the middle of one country, knowing that one person will never ever be able to spread it to everybody, and everybody will fight over it. None of that was his message if he's there. Or it's been disgustingly twisted. But I can't imagine God, who created everything, sending a message to one person, hoping that one person will not be willing to, but be capable of telling the whole world. And the whole world will just believe him. Was God not watching? Did he not see that you actually need to prove weird, like fantastical stuff to people before they just believe it? Unless you force them, scare them. You're all liars. You're all liars. You're not accidentally wrong. You're all liars. You're not lying about the good messaging within your particular religion, because there'll be some good messaging within your particular religion. You're lying about saying God delivered that messaging to somebody under the request for them to spread it to the whole world, because otherwise bad things will happen to everybody if they don't know. You're a moron for thinking that's true. Anybody, and that's no sympathy now. You're a moron if you think there is a God that created all of existence and had a really important message and decided to tell one random person thousands of years ago, whilst humanity was utterly disconnected and not talking to each other, in the hopes that one person would be able to tell the whole world, knowing that the whole world wouldn't believe him, even if he was capable of telling them all, which he wasn't. Yeah, you believe that, do you? I mean, I'm not saying you can't believe there's not a God. I'm saying, do you believe God tried to tell us all something and that's how he did it and was happy for it not to work? Didn't go, oh, well, that didn't work. I'll make a giant billboard instead and make sure everyone can bloody see it. I made planets. Maybe I could write something in the sky. No. Tell a random guy, knowing he won't be able to do it. You have to be moronic to think that an all-powerful being that can create universes and sentient beings would have important information they all have to know and not tell them, or do literally the most stupid way you could do as an attempt to tell them. Tell one random person during a period of time everybody's not even aware of each other's existence, never mind able to communicate with each other, knowing that there is absolutely no way that one person is going to just convince everybody and all the powerful leaders and everything. Oh, he threw his staff down, did he? Oh, right. Oh, yeah. God flexed his muscles, did he? Did God need a representative on earth to tell everyone how hard God is? Oh, you better not be an evil dictator, Mr. Emperor, because I've come from God and he said that his rule is what's in charge. All right, where is he? No, he sent me. Shut up, you moron. The arrogance is unbelievable. Sent by God. He was sent by God. I'm now a representative of the chain of people who have been believing that he was sent by God. You're a fucking end of the line of moronic morons. Congrats. You're the biggest donkey in the whole world, chief of your religion. The one who's closest to stupidity. The balls to falsely represent God and claim to know his mind and tell everybody what God wants and thinks when you haven't got a clue. You don't even know if God exists for sure. You definitely can't have a conversation with him. You definitely can't get an answer out of him. The best you're going to be able to do is basically lie about, but claim to have been able to interpret meaning from all manner of different things and events and weird synchronicities and coincidences and visions. Or claim that some random person thousands of years ago did that, because they didn't have no communication with God, did they? They didn't talk to him inside their head. So you got nothing. So you are lying, not accidentally, not doing your best, lying when you claim that what you think God wants or thinks is actually what God wants or thinks, because you haven't got a clue. You haven't got a clue. The best you can do is go, well, I reckon God's probably the good one. Oh, right, okay. And what? Well, that means he wants good, right? And that's pointless. Absolutely pointless. A being who doesn't interfere, whether he can or can't, doesn't interfere in our daily lives, isn't stopping wars, isn't curing people. If he is, he's the sickest, twisted, most evil fucker that's ever existed because he decides to cure some people and not others. So he's not. That's stupid to assume God cured your son or didn't cure mine. It's insane to think that. Even if there's a God, it's not doing that. No fucking way. No fucking way. That's not a God, that's a devil that would be so indifferent and call it a plan. Well, unfortunately, the plan I've got meant that your kid dies but yours doesn't. Oh, why couldn't it be the other way around? Well, one of them had to die. What? You can't act like I'm just some idiot who's making silly jokes about God. Well, Brian, who are you to question it? It's not about questioning it. It's about knowing you can't do it without being cruel. Because if you're capable of creating universes and making plans, you're smart enough to know that that's cruel. I mean, I can see why these things start, but you're all disgusting liars, and you should be ashamed. And all you do is fight about it. Claim God needs you to speak for him. I've entertained the idea that gods can be real in that way, that godly way. There's not many ways it can fucking work. They're not doing much. As far as interfering is concerned, they're not doing much. Unless there's no such thing as free will, unless we're, unknowing actual robots being puppeted by the gods because we're not making choices. So if we're making choices, they're not interfering much, are they? They're not doing anything. If a bad guy wants to go and do a bad thing, God doesn't stop him halfway. Oh, he might get hit by a car. Yeah, that's random. That's not God. If God could stop it and chooses not to most of the time, what the fuck are you on about? Because most criminals don't fall over and break their leg on the way to the crime. Most priests don't get caught. Because funnily enough, the leaders scurry them away. The shame on all of you. The shame on all of you. Do you know, I don't want to say it because I don't think it is true, but it kind of feels true in a weird way that the people who helped, the religious people, leaders, people who were able to reposition a priest from one country to another country, you're almost worse than the ones who were doing it. I didn't want to say this because it would sound like I'm... If you believe in the idea of a God, that's fine. If you believe that God, your idea of God is this good, loving thing that wants love and has got, some basic sort of dislikes towards a few particular rules, don't hurt anyone and don't steal things and that sort of stuff, right? Okay, I get it. I just don't know why you would join one of those gangs. I think there's a God, okay. I think God's brilliant and loves everybody, okay. I'm going to go and join that gang. What? Well, yeah, they all believe in God as well. Yeah, but they believe in lots of other stuff as well. Well, yeah, no, but that's not really the religion, is it? What's the religion? I thought you were talking about God. Well, a religion is a load of people who reckon that they don't just think there's a God, but they know what it thinks. Wait, that's getting even more confusing. Why are you joining this gang again? Because they've got lots of horrible things about them, some really sick things about them, and the claims they've got aren't theirs as far as the don't kill and don't steal and this sort of a thing. The religions didn't make those rules up. Those were already societal rules of behaviour. If you wanted to bloody just get on in a group, You can't steal off of everybody if you want to live in a group. That doesn't need to be a law in order for it to be obvious. Anyone who did it, all the people whose stuff they were stealing, hurt them, probably. It was known that everybody hates having their stuff nicked before God said, by the way, it's wrong to nick people's stuff. Everybody already knew that because they know they didn't want their own stuff nicked. You moron. Oh no, we need a rule set. What, to tell people what they already know they don't like? Well, that 100 people that were getting ready to live together might not know that stealing's bad. I reckon they all do. Taking the credit for stuff like that is fucking unbelievable. Saying God had to come down and tell a man in a hill so as that he could spread the word because we didn't know. Or is it the punishment that we didn't know about? Ooh. Now then. Hey? Is that what was really being spread? Oh, by the way, there's a few extra rules as well. You're not allowed to think about another woman. Oh, I'm not even allowed to think about it. No. If you do that, you'll get burned forever. Oh, that's a serious punishment. Well, yeah, I know. Yeah, well, that's God. He loves us all. Oh. You're morons. Not morons for believing in the idea of a God. You're morons for believing in specifics. Any specific at all outside of maybe there's a God. I reckon it's good, all right? No, that's it. No. But no. All assumption, all presumption, all while being pulled out your arse, or really horrible lies. I think God needs us to cut this bit off. I think God needs us to shun and outcast particular behaviours from people, ones that aren't hurting anybody else. You're allowed to not like them. You're allowed to not like people who do them. You're just not allowed to lie about God not liking it because God hasn't said a bloody word about it. Might not like it. There might be a God, and God might not like some of the things that religions say are bad. But God didn't tell those religions that those things are bad. Those religions are just presuming God gives a fuck. They haven't got a clue if God even cares. The arrogance is so unbelievable that they dare to stand there and say, well, I'm just preaching good. Well, then take God's name out of it. Because God never said any of it. God might want good, but he never told you that. And you're lying if you say he did. And the best you can do is to say, well, I pulled some meaning out of some weird synchronicities or some weird inferences or some weird event that happened, and I'm just going to call it, oh, I saw God in a miraculous thing that was very improbable. Because all your miracles are lies, obviously. All your miracles about healing and all that are lies. There's not a single person in the world, and that includes all you absolutely disgusting Reiki people. Absolutely disgusting. Who say they can heal with their hands. I'm transferring the energy of God to take the demons out you. I'm going to cure your blah-de-blah ailment. I'm transferring the universal life energy through my hands via a mystical tradition. Lying about knowing what you're doing. Someone told you that there is this energy, and if you wave your hands like this, it will pass through you and go into that person. If someone just tells you that, that's fine. If you go and tell somebody that needs help that you can do that, you're fucking lying, because you don't know if you can do that. You don't know if the energy exists. You don't know if it's coming from anywhere. You don't know what it is. You don't know if it's having an effect on them. And if it doesn't exist at all, then you're playing with placebo effect, self-help, kicking yourself up your own arse, okay, I'm ready to do something now, and my symbol of being ready to do something is to go and see anybody and go through any process that signifies me being ready to do something, whether that's going and talking to somebody, whether it's going to the doctor, whether it's taking a tablet that works or bloody doesn't, or whether it's going and seeing someone to wave a bloody crystal in front of you. Now that's fine, but call it what it is then. And stop pretending that you know about any spiritual energies existing, any universal energies flowing through you, or any godly powers helping people who can't walk suddenly walk, because you're all fucking liars. Absolutely lying. And when some lovely woman comes to you in your nice tent at a festival and you're charging £75 for half an hour, probably more now to be honest, but anyway, it's a while since I was anyway, and they're coming in and they've got this pain, that pain, this block, this depression, this anxiety, this thing that won't move, this chakra blocked. Fucking liars. Lying about knowing. Lying about knowing. When it comes to treating people with something that you're saying you're doing and taking credit for if something happens, someone who's got a little bit of feeling down goes to see somebody and lays down on a couch and talks about it, gets exactly the same feeling as somebody who goes and lays down in a bloody tent, and as you blow a didgeridoo at them, at least sound is a real thing though, so that's not fair. Yeah, therapies involving sound are therapies using a real thing. Sound, vibration, that's a real thing. Mystical energy is coming out your palms, it's not a real thing, that's magic. You're claiming to have magic. You can say, I'm not saying it's magic, I'm saying it's universal Reiki energy. Yeah, that's magic. It's fucking magic you're saying you've got. Why aren't you in the hospital curing people? Oh, everybody says that. Yeah, because that's where you'd be if you could cure people by waving your bloody hands over them. Oh, it doesn't cure everything. No, but whatever it does cure, go and do it for free now, because you can magically cure people with your fucking hands. And if you're not running up and down everywhere, screaming at the top of your voice, I can cure people with my fucking hands, because God's through me, or the mystical Reiki energies are through me, or fucking whatever, you're a piece of shit for not screaming that you can heal people with your hands. And the reason you're not screaming, it's not because you're a piece of shit, it's because you know it's not fucking true. And you don't get out of it by saying, well, some people feel better afterwards. Yeah, some people feel better afterwards because they took the step they needed to feel better, not because you did anything to them, you fucking piece of shit. How dare you take the credit and act like you're some spiritual person. Oh, I love healing and helping people. You fucking lie to them and take the credit for it, you cunt. And charge them for it. Whoa, whoa, the NHS should be free. Yeah, unless you're going to an hippie. Then it costs you fucking £100 for 10 minutes. Whatever the fuck it is. A lot. For fuck all. Cunts. You got some fucking nerve. The whole fucking scene. Up and down and around the fucking world. All of yous. I got magical powers. Tell me that's not what you're fucking saying. In your little fucking scenes. All cheering and clapping each other on the back. Cunts. Fucking lying to people in all manner of different positions. Some people in some quite desperate positions, and you'll tell them you've got magical powers. Of course you won't say magical powers, will you? You'll pretend it's fucking real. Just like the religious, pretending that it's real, that they got a message. Lying. Lying about the message, that's what you're doing. You're not lying about some of the good things you say being good. Some of the messages that you might be saying are good messages. It's just the messenger is not who you say it was. You're fucking lying. The best I'll give you, even in the realm where gods and stuff exist, is that the devil is the only one that would ever communicate with a single person and tell them it was the magical truth. And you need to go and tell everybody this magical truth, and these are all the rules and tell them what the punishments will be if they don't follow them. Only the devil would say that. God, if he exists, being the good one that loves us and made us, would never say that to one person. Wouldn't say it anyway, but if he did need to send us a message, it wouldn't go through just one person that can't tell everybody. That's not telling everybody. If God wanted to tell everybody, God would have told everybody. But when you claim God wanted to tell everybody, he didn't tell everybody, he told one person, and unless he's a moron, he must have known that's not going to work. So your claim about God is that his idea to tell everybody was something that he had to know couldn't work. And that's the method you're saying he used. It's not because the man wouldn't be willing to. I'm sure if it was a real message from God, he'd be more than willing to go and run all the way around the world. He just wouldn't be able to. The people wouldn't understand him. And they'd probably kill him as soon as they saw him, as soon as he got too far away from home. And definitely as soon as he went anywhere near somewhere that was far enough away to be speaking another language. Done. Blah, blah, blah. God said, yeah. You're telling me that the God you believe in, that was his method for telling us all an important message. And you expect me to believe you when you tell me that you believe that. Because I know you don't. You just don't think about it. And you think there might be a God. And everything else is just taken. Everything else is lies. God said, be good. No, no, no. We know it's good to be good. God didn't tell us that. God didn't tell us to be good. Didn't have to. We already know what good is. They try and say that we wouldn't know if it wasn't for God. Really? Really? If you've got a child and someone come and hurt that child, you wouldn't know that was wrong unless God told you it was wrong. You'd know straight away it was wrong, wouldn't you? If someone come to try and hurt you, you'd know it was wrong, wouldn't you? Yeah. So to say we didn't know what was right and wrong is the most insane insult they could ever give us. Didn't know what was right and wrong. You know what's wrong as soon as you see something you don't like. What they're trying to say is we didn't know what God thought was right and wrong. Well, we still don't, so what you on about? Oh, you do now, do you? Oh, God told you what was right and wrong, did he? Oh, right. You're fucking lying. You're just lying. You're a piece of shit for lying about it as well. Because the thing you're lying about is a really influential thing, and you know it is. And you're lying about it. And wars happen because of this, and you all lie about that and all. There can't be a resolution between a war where both sides are fighting because of their religion. If there's a war going on at the moment, and both sides are different aspects of a particular religion, they don't want peace with each other. They don't want to agree with each other. Agreeing with each other would go against the foundations of their entire principle, which is that their religion's the right one. They can't agree with another religion. That would defeat the object. They can't agree, and they don't want to. What they actually want is for everybody to believe theirs and or just bloody follow it. Now, they might not be going to force that, but that's what they want. They want everybody to believe it. They might not try and force everybody to believe it, but they want everybody to believe it because they think it's true. They think their one is true. They can't have an agreement. You're not going to get a merging of religions. They're all selfish liars at the tippy top. They're all liars, claiming that they know their particular religion is the right one. Their particular prophet from back in the day is actually the one that God spoke to and told the plan to. All fucking lying. I'm not even saying there wasn't someone thousands of years ago or hundreds of years ago that was claiming it. They may have been, but they were fucking lying as well. And you're lying to say that there's anything in their word other than wild, crazy ramblings that would normally get you locked up. The best any religion has got for the underpinnings of its entire faith is wild, crazy ramblings of somebody that would normally get you locked up. No, some of the people in our religion say that they saw God or interacted with him somehow. Yeah, they're wrong, aren't they? They're just assuming. They were hallucinating. No, it wasn't a hallucination. Oh, right, wasn't it? Well, how do you fucking know? You don't. You're just saying you do, because it fits. You're a liar. Every single person in every single church who stands up there every single time and says, this is what God thinks. You're lying. You don't know what God thinks. You haven't got a clue. You've never checked. You never got an answer. You've only inferred answers in your own bloody mind whilst praying. You're literally calling your own subconscious God. The arrogance is fucking wild. And I'm starting to think it won't matter if these videos ever spread. It won't even matter if they ever get picked up by any sort of a way, filter out slowly, some fucking high profile person happens to see one of the videos and think, fucking hell, that's mad, and slaps it on their page, and then people end up seeing it from there. And I don't think it's going to matter in terms of the religious scholars, the people who like to debate their own religion. They're not going to want to come anywhere near me because they haven't got a fucking leg to stand on for a single one of their claims. I don't need to prove I know what's going on. I just need to prove they don't have a fucking clue. And it's not a matter of faith. It's a matter of lying about the origin of your faith. You're just lying about it. And how you can look anyone in the eye and say you know the mind of God without flinching. Even the good bits, you don't know that's what God wants. Even if you could say, oh, well, he probably does. Yeah, okay, I'll give you that. Fuck it. I'll give you that just for fun. Probably. You're not even allowed probably, but I'll give you probably just for fun. Probably God wants some of the good rules we've got. That's it. Probably. You're not even allowed probably, but I'd give you probably. Are you saying probably? Probably God wants you to love your neighbour. Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying God will be unhappy if you don't? Because that's what you're fucking saying. That's a different thing altogether. You might have a reason to not love your neighbour. God might understand that reason. You might have a good reason for not loving your neighbour. The idea that you should love everybody no matter what they're doing sounds like the sort of idea that people who want to get away with very bad things would make up. The sorts of people that would want to interfere with children might say that all you need to do is say sorry to God, and that's enough. No matter what you've done, we should love everybody as long as they give themselves up to God. Oh, is that right? Do you reckon that's what God thinks? Do you reckon God just wants a sorry off of people who do that? You reckon if there's a God, that God would be satisfied with some priest interfering with kids, and then he just goes and counts a few rosary beads and says sorry a few times? You think God would be all right? That's all God would want? Sounds like that's what the priest would want. Yeah. Jesus died for our sins. How dare you? One, he can't. I mean, he could do it for that reason. It just doesn't forgive you of yours. Because God doesn't forgive you your sins. The person you sinned against forgives you them. If your sin hurt someone else, it's not God who forgives you for that. It's the person you hurt. God's got fuck all to do with it, even if he's there. He didn't make you hurt them. He didn't decide it was bad. You hurt them, and they decided it was bad. It being bad decided it was bad by dint of them not liking it and you doing it to them. But they decided it was bad. They decide if you owe them a sorry. And they decide when you're forgiven. God's not sitting there overruling it. He can't, by definition. Because if God's the one who forgives you for doing the wrong to that person and that person's not involved in it, well then you can't have even done anything wrong to them because they're not even allowed to classify it as wrong. Only God's allowed to classify things as wrong, is he? If there's a God, God doesn't forgive you for the wrongs you've done unless the wrong you did was to God. And if you hurt somebody that didn't deserve it, you owe a sorry to them, not God. But it'd be handy, wouldn't it? If you could send someone else to go and say sorry for you instead. Yeah? Accidentally ran your dog over. It was an accident. was an accident. But even still, bloody hell, you feel terrible, don't you? Would you send someone else to say sorry? Would you send somebody else to say sorry for you? If you would, you're a monster. And you should be ashamed of yourself. Even if it took you a while because it was hard. And you knew you were going to feel really bad, you know, and it was going to be particularly bad at the point where you have to face them and, you know, let them know, you know that they would. But anyway, you know, they would act as though they were forgiving you more than they really were at the time, because they wouldn't want you to feel too bad, because they'd know it was an accident, even though they would be so upset, and they would be kind of almost playing with the idea that you're a fucking idiot, and so they're trying to be a bit angry at you inside their own head. But they'd keep all of that back, and especially at the time when you were coming to them honourably to let them know that you understand how bad a thing it was that you'd done, and saying sorry to them. And God wouldn't need to be involved. The only reason you'd want God involved is if you want to get off with just saying sorry to someone else. Oh, I'll say sorry to God, not the person who you did the wrong to. No, I just said sorry to God, that's all I need. Why is that? Well, God's the only one who'll punish me. Oh. So it seems pretty clear to me that it's literally been fabricated so as that people can commit the worst, sickest, twisted crimes you can possibly imagine repeatedly in the open and get away with it. Either by claiming God wanted them to do it. God's on their side. How you would know that, I ain't got a clue. Or that all you have to do is just say sorry to God and then it's all right. Or worse yet, don't worry, matey boy already forgave us all for everything already. We don't have to do nothing. We just have to believe he did that. Wow, God, now that's brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant. You just have to believe that somebody has paid for your sins. And that's good enough for you, is it? That's all your sins are already paid for, is it? That's now, why? Well, I reckon someone already paid for them. Are you sure someone already paid for them? Because if you think you've got something to pay for that someone else had to pay for, don't you think you should make sure they've paid for it? Otherwise, you might still fit the bill, mate. It's going to be a bit awkward if you get upstairs, isn't it? And they're like, right, so about this original sin. What? No, I thought Jesus. What? No, you believe that? No. That was just the devil telling us our sins have already been paid for, so as that we don't sort it out whilst we're here. Then we end up being his at the end, because we didn't sort out our own, because we thought all that stuff has already been paid for. Well, it hasn't. Because no one else can pay your bill. Because your bill is either your own head or the person you wronged. It's got fuck all to do with Jesus. It's got fuck all to do with God. They can like it, dislike it. It just doesn't change who owes you, who's forgiving you. God doesn't forgive you. You didn't do anything wrong to him. It's not a rule unless someone tells you it's a rule, and the only person who can tell you it's a rule is the person who would be able to be, what? The authority. Right, well, if God's the authority, God's the only one that can tell you it's a rule. No one else can tell you God said it was a rule. If God's the one who made the rule, and God's the one who's going to punish you if you don't live up to the rule, then God's the one who has to tell you it's a fucking rule, because otherwise you didn't even know it's a rule, and it doesn't count as a rule. It's like punishing your 6-month-old baby because you've got a rule that says no dribbling in the house. You know, it's like, well, you needed to tell your 6-month-old that before you punish it. I mean, obviously you can't do that with 6-year-old anyway. I'm just using it as an example. If we're God's children and he's got rules for us, he needs to tell them to us before he can act like we're breaking them. God wouldn't think we've broken a rule if he didn't tell us it was a rule. And if we're just supposed to believe anyone who comes saying, this is what God said, well, we're in a right mess. Or we're supposed to just pick one of the people who said, this is what God said. Oh, yeah, everyone, this is what God said. There's loads of people who reckon they know what God said. Which one are we supposed to believe? Just pick one. hope for the best. If it matters, God would have said to you. He wouldn't have told someone else to come and tell you. He'd have told you. And I'm not saying nothing matters because you haven't had a personal message from God. Things matter if we decide they matter, if you think they matter. And trust me, if you don't think something matters, like let's say you happen to think it's just okay to hurt people. Oh, why is that? Well, I'm an atheist and I don't believe in God, so there's no rules. Oh, right, is there not? Because as soon as you start acting like that, you'll quickly find out there are ones, and God won't be involved in them either. It'll be the coppers, or the people you're trying to hurt, defending themselves. You don't need it to be a rule in order for there to be a punishment. Punishment is you failing and or getting caught. I don't know how any religious person dare claim to have a clue what God thinks or wants or will do if you don't do what God thinks or wants. I don't know how you dare say you've got an idea about any of it. You should be utterly ashamed of yourself. I think we're going to end up finding that even any of the genuine prophets from back in the day were literally misinterpreting their own subconscious as God. And you guys are basing what you call truth on the ramblings of someone you never heard. And you think you deserve respect for that. I mean, bloody hell, there's protections under the law. If you've got this particular delusion, no one's allowed to think anything about it. What? If you believe you're Napoleon, well then that's, we can discriminate you for that. We don't have to accept that as being normal. But if you believe in your imaginary friend in the sky with a weird rule set and you think you know what it thinks and you think it communicated to somebody back in the day to pass messages along, well, that's fine. That's, protected. Protected stupidity. It's just... I don't know where you go because well, they're just lying. And somehow that's okay. Why are they not charged the same as any other scam artist? Not that the God they believe in isn't real. God they believe in might be real. They just don't know anything about what it thinks. And they're lying when they say they do. And they're lying when they say they've got any reason to assume there has been any communication at all. They're just lying. It's not even faith. The faith they've got is that there is a God. That's what they've got faith in. But they haven't got faith in the word for word literal texts of their religion. All they do is argue about that. All they do is debate it and talk about it, even amongst themselves. Go over different interpretations. God's message. Difficult to interpret. You reckon? You reckon God doesn't know how to deliver his message? You have to interpret it. Because the best you've got is God's rubbish at sending messages, we have to interpret it, or there's no way of knowing which interpretation is correct, therefore it's impossible to determine what the meaning is. So just throw the book out the window then, because it's impossible to determine what the actual message was. If you're saying it was purposely done so as to be interpreted in many different ways, but each different way you interpret it changes the meaning, then there's no way to know which meaning was meant. So back to square one again. With you lying about knowing, lying about being sure, lying about having a clue what God wants. No difference to both sides of a religious war lying about wanting peace. Claiming it's the other side. Well, it's the other side that doesn't like us. We like them, but they don't like us. Even if one side started one particular battle, the only reason there's a problem is because both of you are lying and neither of you can admit you lie. If you would both just admit you're lying, there'd be nothing to fight over anymore. Funniest thing, that's a nice way to put it, Brian. A particular war that happens to be going on at the moment happens to be being fought over by two different sides of particular religions that both seem quite happy to chop bits off kids. Oh, when the other ones do it, it's terrible, but when we do it, it's from God, so it's okay. We're doing it for hygienic reasons. They're doing it for... Sorry, did you just mention the reason that you're messing around with children's... Yeah? You actually dared to mention a reason. Did you? Let me just check the list of reasons. I need to see if your reason's on the list, you see. So I'll need to... Give me a second. It's a big list of different reasons why you can mess around with kids. Yeah? I'll check them. I mean... The fact that you would dare suggest a reason... is not almost as bad as doing it, but it's fucking pretty bad that you would dare suggest a reason. You've got a reason why circumcision's okay, have you? Yeah? What's your reason for why it's okay to do it? How does that stand up to anybody else's that's ever been prosecuted for mutilating? How does your reason stand up to the ones that are in jail for doing it? Why aren't you in jail for doing it? I want a serious answer. Why isn't every single person that's ever performed a circumcision in jail for doing it? Why? There's a reason why. They're allowed, are they? Their God is real and his authority is real and it can supersede our own laws that say you can't do that. No one's allowed to do that. You're not allowed to interfere with children's genitals. You're not allowed. No, not even if your imaginary friend said he reckons it looks better that way. No, still not then. No. No, not if you think that it will deter them from having sexual appetite. No, still not then. No. No. The only reason you're allowed is because your God's real and his authority somehow supersedes every single person in the entire world's absolute, unquestionable knowing that you can't chop bits off kids unless it's an actual treatment for a medical condition, like amputating a foot. That's what I'm talking about. Going to lose the whole leg unless we amputate the foot. Okay, amputate the foot. That's not God telling you to amputate his foot. That's bloody the obvious facts on the ground telling you that you have to. Now tell me what these religious ceremonies are for, other than preference based on what you reckon God wants. I want to know why you're not in jail, and I want to know why the law allows it. Because the law allowing you to celebrate your religion is one thing. The law allowing you, through celebrating your religion, to circumvent the most baseline laws humans have ever known, which is you don't interfere with children, is impossible. It's impossible that makes sense. Unless we're saying your God is so definitely real that his authority actually does supersede that. And if that was the case, I would assume he is the most powerful God in the world if he can even say it's okay to do that. Your God's so powerful, he's allowed to give you permission to mess around with children's... Christ. I don't know how it's not just a constant scandal. Anyone who's not part of a particular religion that tries to do that's not allowed. Why? Why is your reason for doing it allowed? Why? It's one of the sickest things you can do in the world. No one wants to do it, but even the sick, twisted people that want to do it are not allowed to do it. It's against the law, but not for you. Why? Your imaginary friend, are you fucking serious? I don't care how good or clean or anything you think it is. No one else is allowed to do it for thinking it's clean. Helps prevent this, helps prevent that. Yeah, does it? Is that all you need to be able to do that? Just to think? Well, it'll be a bit cleaner, won't it? What? That could be true, I don't know, but how would it matter? Any religion that allows the mutilation of children's genitals is the sickest, twisted thing, and anyone who supports it is so sick and twisted that you should probably just be put in jail, because if you think that's okay, you probably should be locked up in a mental home, not jail. You probably should just be locked up in a mental home, because you're the sort of person that thinks it's okay to do that to kids. Well, we call that crazy and sick. Oh, look at that, it's not just religions. We convince the children to want it. Oh, well, that's no, that's right. That's a whole lot worse. Yeah, that's worse. You convinced the kids to want the mutilation. I mean, I don't even know if there is such a thing as gods and devils, but if there's such a thing, that would be devil, wouldn't it? Convincing children to think it's normal for people to do that to them. I almost hope there is such a place as hell, and I've always thought hell was a wildly exaggerated punishment, that even if there was a God, he wouldn't stick you there forever. Just doesn't make sense. Go forever for one sin, forever. Or you just have to say sorry. Well, then no one would ever go, would they? They would just say sorry. Hell would be empty. If all you have to do is say sorry, it would be empty. Oh no, you have to say sorry before you get there. so many specifics on the rules. It's brilliant. It's fucking brilliant. I don't even know what I'm doing now. I don't even know what I'm doing. Talking for the record. Getting my own thoughts out of my own head for the sake of it. The idea that anything I'm saying is going to have an effect on anything is crazy, so it's almost like, what's the point? I don't know. I'm acutely aware of the fact that because I want people to see them, because I want anything I'm saying that's accurate or meaningful to have whatever effect it could possibly have, whether it's on an individual or wider than that. I mean, a lot of my previous stuff is already done what I would call a lot of that, as far as my actual version of vision, revelatory experience, and what I think of as understanding of any idea of realms of gods and nature and all that. So my point isn't really to express my proof. My experiences along particular conceptual ideologies or frameworks or whatever, most of them are documented or read out. Now I feel like there's things that seem to be either conversations that shouldn't even be conversations. Like, if I feel like I'm not a man, that stops me from being a man. You know, that's not conversation. I can't stop being a man. It's not possible. Doesn't matter what I feel like. That would just be what I feel like. Then I'd be a man who feels like that. Can't stop being me. I can feel differently, but then I'm just me feeling differently. That's fine. You don't have to feel a particular way because you happen to be a man or a woman. You just are a man or a woman if you happen to be a man or a woman. And how you act and feel doesn't change that. That only changes what type of man or woman you are, not if you are one. There doesn't have to be a better or worse type of man or woman. Or if you act like that and you're a man, that's good. But if you act like that and you're a man, then that's bad. There's no such thing as that. There's just people's preferences. People can not like what type of a man I am. People can like what type of a man I am. It's got fuck all to do with it, whether or not I'm a man. The idea that you would twist people's own personal feelings about themselves and convince them that because they happen to feel a particular way, that means they're not something. They're not themselves. You're in the wrong thing. You're in the wrong body. You're telling them there's something wrong with them. The answer to, am I born in the wrong body because I feel different, is no. And the way you feel is perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with it. That's it. That's the answer. It's not hard. It's not deep. It doesn't require months and months of therapy. There's nothing wrong with the way you feel if you're a boy and you don't feel very manly. So what? You don't have to. Did someone tell you you have to? Because you don't. So there's nothing wrong with that. And if you feel what we call girly, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You're not meant to not feel girly if you happen to be a boy. You're allowed to feel whatever you feel. Well, it's not that you're allowed to feel, you just are feeling whatever you feel. Whether you're allowed or not. There's no such thing as allowed. Are you allowed to feel like that? What do you mean allowed? The question's ridiculous. There would have to be some way of stopping you from feeling what you're feeling in order for there to be a way to allow the word allow into the fucking conversation as far as what you're feeling is concerned. But what you're feeling doesn't change something that's true already. Doesn't matter what I feel like, I've got two eyes. Doesn't matter what I feel like. Feelings don't have anything to do with how many eyes I've got. Feelings don't have anything to do with whether a man or a woman. Feelings have got something to do with how you feel. If you feel sad, you feel sad. You could say that you are sad, but you are a human being. That's what you actually are. You're not like made out of sadness all of a sudden. Oh, he stopped being a human being, made out of all the biology and stuff, and he turned into pure sadness because he happened to be feeling sad. Because we said, well, he's sad, isn't he? Yeah, he is experiencing the feeling of sadness, but he's not sad. He's a person who happens to be sad. But that's the same as being a man who happens to feel girly. Great, you're a man who feels girly. You want to act like a girl? Well, I think you're insulting them by suggesting there is such a thing. But you'd be suggesting that being a girl is a behavioural set, and it's not. It's got nothing to do with how the person behaves. So how can you act like a girl? A huge point of our cultural progression over the last century, especially, has been that a woman is a woman even if she doesn't dress like a woman. A woman is a woman even if she's not dainty and sweet and ladylike. She's still a fucking woman because she can't not be. If she wants to shave her head and act all rough, and she's still a fucking woman. What? So where do you get off all of a sudden saying, well, actually, if you feel a bit different, suddenly you're not? What? You're lying. You're lying about what it means. You're not lying about what you feel. You feel whatever you feel. But you're lying about what that feeling means. It doesn't mean that you've stopped being what you are and now you're suddenly something else. No, it just means that you're feeling whatever you're feeling and you're still exactly what you are because you can't not be. Trapped in the wrong body. Trapped in it. What's trapped in it? Your metaphysical consciousness. Really? Your metaphysical consciousness is trapped in the wrong body? Please tell me that that's not the underpinnings of if I feel it, then it's true. If I feel like my metaphysical consciousness is trapped inside the wrong body, then it's true that not only is my metaphysical consciousness trapped inside the wrong body, but my metaphysical consciousness has a metaphysical aspect to it. Now, I only just finished proving to you why that's now just at least a reasonable postulation, but fucking locked down, and you know that you're in the wrong body. Whoop, 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 whoop. You're way out. You're not even on a limb anymore. You're not even on a limb anymore, being all the way out there. If I feel it, then it's true. Whoa. And you're telling people there's something wrong with them, or you're agreeing with them when they, unfortunately, misdiagnose themselves as having something wrong with them, rather than them just having feelings that don't align with what either they've been told or they've come to think themselves are the things that they're meant to have if they happen to be a boy or a girl, and they don't seem to have them, therefore they must not be one. Someone's told them that that's a reasonable determination. If you happen to not feel this particular set of things, then you're not it. That's a lie. Whoever told you that was lying to you. If I run a race and I feel like I won it, but I came 5th, I didn't win. How you feel can match reality, but it can also not match reality. How you feel can be wrong. It's possible for you to be scared and there be nothing to be scared of. That's fine. You're not bad for having a feeling that happened to not be incorrect. It just happened to not be incorrect. If you think there's someone in the house and there's not, the feeling you had was real, but it was inaccurate. That doesn't mean there is someone in the house just because you happen to have felt like there was. If there is someone in the house, well done, your feeling was correct this time, but it's only correct when it's correct. So to feel like you're in the wrong body would need to be correct before we could say, okay, now let's start running with that. I don't phone 999 and say my house is on fire just because I happen to feel like it's on fire. Because trust me, they'll be very annoyed when they turn up. If you say, well, it felt like it was on fire to me. What? Didn't you check? No, I just felt like it. Oh, right. Well, I thought it was true because I felt like it was. I had a really, really strong feeling. I was, God, it was such a strong feeling. My house was on fire. I was an hour away from home. I thought I'd just better phone 999 anyway and say, my house is on fire. Oh, bloody hell. Wouldn't make sense, would it? Of course it wouldn't. Because feeling something doesn't make it true. It being true makes it true. Every single person, almost every single person who has any feelings that would be considered alternative, I won't go through the spectrum, that would be considered alternative. Your feelings are absolutely fine, and they're probably exactly normal. Where normal is a weird average. Because there is no robotic normal, as we all know. So if every single person is weird, and we're going to say there is such a thing as normal, well, normal is probably a bit weird, isn't it? In your own quirky way. Whatever way that is, it might be a fashion style. It might not. Might be a behavioural thing. Might be a thing you're into. It doesn't matter. The point is, there's nothing wrong with you. Are you a girl who doesn't feel like a girl? That's absolutely fine. You don't have to feel like anything. You don't have to feel like anything. Therefore, however you feel isn't wrong. It just doesn't change you. You're just you that feels like that. That's fine. That's it. Brilliant. Nothing wrong at all. As soon as you start saying, the way I feel makes this giant change, and I'm no longer what I am, I'm now something else. Okay, well, we're going to need to check if that's true. Are you actually changed into... No, you haven't. You're still the same you that was... Your biology is still the same, because that's what boy and girl means, biology. Just because you can say something is a bit boyish doesn't mean the word boy isn't male. The only way boyish can even exist is if boy is already its own thing in order for something to be a bit like it. You can't be a little bit like a boy unless there is such a thing as a boy to be a little bit like. And you can't be nothing like a boy unless there is such a thing as a boy to be nothing like. There's nothing wrong with you. And whoever's told you there is wrong. Yeah? Wrong. It doesn't matter why they're wrong. I'm not saying they're all bad people lying to you. Some of them are, by the way. Some of the people who are what you might call the forerunners of your movement are lying about the philosophical underpinnings of your framework. They're lying about it. They know reality is not decided simply by what you want or feel. There's a hard reality that we all share that can't be subjective. When I walk into a building and I walk through its front door, everybody else sees the door the same place and has to interact with it in the same way, and it doesn't matter what they feel like, they're going to have to walk through the door. How they feel won't change where the door is. How they feel won't change what their biology is. How they feel will just change how they feel. That's fine, because you're allowed to feel however you want. You're just not allowed to act however you want. There are some fairly simple, to be honest, rules. Don't purposely hurt each other. Don't purposely force each other to do things they don't want to do. If we make rules as a collective, those rules are basically there. Now, you can argue them. You just can't pretend they've got no reason for being there. We normally have either separate bathrooms, don't we? Or, well, when we're on a plane it's not. Yeah, but you're in there on your own. Fully communal toilet and bathing is rare outside of privacy in your own home and families and all that. Yeah? When you're at home, you have a shower or a bath on your own. You use the toilet on your own. But there's other people around you and you might not need to lock the door because they're all family and stuff, yeah? But when you're in school, the boys and the girls don't shower together. That's not because of being prude. It's not because we're worried they might all get too excited during their puberty years. It's not even so as that the bad things that might happen might not happen. Yeah? It's not even to protect against that. All those things are true and all those things are, things of it as well. But the reason is because people don't want to. People don't want to get undressed in front of groups of the opposite sex publicly. They don't want to. It's that simple. Most of the time they don't even want to have to do it in front of people of the same sex. Yeah? But needs must. We can't all have our own private changing room in school, But we separate along sex for all manner of different things, for all manner of different reasons. Some of them might be a bit silly, and some of them might be very, very serious. But they're not just made up for the fun of it. Very few of the social things that are rules, not just norms, because a norm doesn't have to be followed, so we don't need to argue about them. Only the rules need to be followed, like sports, because otherwise it's cheating. It's cheating. When categories are made for fairness reasons, and then you try and cross the category and pretend that that's now not unfair, but the whole reason the category exists is to promote fairness, because otherwise it would be unfair. It would just be unfair. Bronze, silver and gold would not even have any argument. It's not even an argument. There isn't anybody who knows what they're talking about that thinks sports would be anything other than a landslide where the sex is mixed in basically everything, but obviously not everything. You're telling everybody that there's something wrong with them and there's not. And they're believing that they're not what they are because they've been told that in order to be what they are, They would have to be acting in a particular way, and they don't feel like that, so they must be something else. What? No, that just means you don't feel like that. There isn't anybody in the entire activist, academic, professional, all the way up, no matter how many letters they've got after their name, that will be able to argue with me on the psychological underpinnings of their entire movement and how wrong it is to suggest that there's anything wrong or in the wrong body about the way that someone feels. It doesn't prove anything that they say it proves. Everybody can feel exactly what they're feeling, and everything they're saying it means is false. They think it's a trick question when these people who've been making the videos asking, what is a woman? It gets labelled a trick question. That's a gotcha question. Actually, yeah, it is, yeah. But, you know, that's not why it's being said. It's being said because it's supposed to demonstrate that simply by the fact that they ask the question, what type of woman are you? Are you a this woman or a that woman? The woman bit's not in question. It's that simple. Trans women are women. It's not possible. They would just be called women. The reason they're not called women is because they're not women. It's not me being mean to them. That's like a triangle getting upset because I said it's not a square. I'm sorry the triangle's upset, but it's not my fault it's upset. All I did was point out that it's not a square. It feels like a square. Brilliant. I'm not saying it can't feel like a square. It can even wear the costume of a square if it wants, but it'll still be a triangle wearing a square's costume. And I'm not doing anything wrong by saying that's true. And as long as the triangle doesn't try and pretend it's not wearing a costume and admits it's wearing a costume, well then there's nothing wrong, is there? But if it tries to force everybody to say that it's not wearing a costume and it really is a square, well, that's tyranny. You're trying to force people to say things that you know yourself aren't true. Just because you feel like a square doesn't mean you are one. I feel pretty square. Do I look square? I'm pretty sure that with the truth, every single person who's suffering from gender dysphoria could be cured and not need to stop acting the way they're acting, other than the bits where they expect everybody to believe them. That's the only bit you have to stop. You have to stop trying to tell everybody that they just have to believe you, because you can't even demonstrate what you're saying is true. Never mind tell everybody else they should just believe you on a whim. You can't even demonstrate what you're saying is true at all, any of it. The best you've got is, I feel like. Great. No one said you don't. It's just what you're saying that feeling means. That's the bit everyone's talking about. Not the fact that you feel it. You're allowed to feel it. You're just not allowed to tell us that your feeling means that triangles are suddenly squares. Because feelings haven't got anything to do with triangles and squares. Doesn't matter what squares feel like. That's not what makes them square. And they can't be bad for whatever they feel because there's no rules about what they feel. So a triangle can feel like a square. There's nothing wrong with that. It can like all square things as well. There's nothing wrong with that. It can be the biggest fan of squares you've ever seen in your life, mate. There's nothing wrong with that. All the other triangles can go, fucking hell, mate, we thought you'd be like more supporting all those triangles because you're one. Well, I like the squares, so I cheer for them. Well, fair enough. All the triangles cannot like that you're doing it, and you're still not doing anything wrong. They've just got an opinion about it, which is you wearing makeup and you acting girly and all those things that you want to do because you love it. And I'm not taking a piss out of the fact that you're doing it. I'm acknowledging it, acknowledging that you genuinely feel like either that's you or you like it or that's the way you want to be or whatever. What I'm saying is there's nothing wrong with that. It just doesn't mean what you think it means. It's just your own preference. It's who you are. I'm not trying to say it's a preference to belittle it. I'm trying to say I didn't choose to like the taste vanilla, but liking vanilla is still a preference. I didn't choose to be heterosexual. Liking women is still a preference though, because technically that's what they're called, preferences. It's not belittling it. It's telling you technically that everything you feel is perfectly normal, because there is no such thing as normal when it comes to how you feel. There might be a normal when it comes to average behaviours, but that's only a normal as far as averages are concerned. It's not a rule. Men don't have to act a particular way. There's just lots of common ways they act. Well, fine. But they don't have to, do they? No. Right, so it doesn't matter how unmanly you act. You're not breaking the rules, because there is no rule. The only way your entire movement could be real is if there was a rule to be broken that would signify you're not part of that anymore. But there is no rule that you could break, and there is no way you can stop being what you are. I'm pretty sure the people who sign off on your mental health literature and which stuff makes it into the mainstream doctors and what they're saying to your therapists and what books they're getting their ideas from, I'm pretty sure it's all being signed off by people who either don't think about what they're doing or are just doing it for money and happy to be lying to you all because of how much money there is in the mental health field, basically. They're lying to you all, telling you there's more wrong with you than there is. Because there might be some things wrong with you, you know, we've all got shit wrong with us, haven't we? You know. I think I'm actually the truth. I don't care how crazy that makes me. There isn't a psychological evaluator in the world that can prove I'm not, and it's harmless, so there's nothing can happen to me because of my crazy. I'm just not demanding everybody believe it, unlike the religions, or you lot. You're acting just the same as them. Really, really just the same as them as well, because you're telling kids that you're right, and you don't even know if you're right. You don't even know if you're right. The whole point of your entire movement is confusion, that's right. I'm not sure if I'm this or that. Oh, I'm a bit this and a bit that. That's fine. But don't go running around acting like you've got some locked down philosopher that it's time to start teaching kids. You know. Today we're going to learn about electricity. Here's some batteries and some light bulbs and some simple boards, and we're going to play about with it. All right, great, yeah. And tomorrow we're going to learn how if you feel a particular way, you stop being a boy. Wait, what? Who said that? Well, some people reckon it's true. Oh, I thought we had that argument about religion and how you can't teach it in the science class. You can have religion in school, it just has to be called religion. Can't call it academic. The whole of gender theory is a lie. The whole of it. Not that there isn't cultural effects on norms as far as interacting and behaving is concerned, as it relates to boys being boys, girls being girls, and how boys and girls interact and or the differences between them as far as their behaviour is concerned. There's lots and lots of that. That's just got absolutely nothing to do with whether or not you actually are a boy or a girl. The social stuff's got nothing to do with that. That's got to do with what's expected of a boy or a girl. Well, that's fine. They can expect those things, but that's not rules. That's them just expecting it. Well, I didn't expect you to take up that job, seeing as you're a this. Well, that's fine. You didn't expect it. I didn't know you expecting it mattered. It's not possible for you to be the thing that you're saying you are. The feelings that you're having are the feelings that you're having. They just don't do all the extra bits that you think they do. Just because you happen to feel it doesn't mean for everyone else it's true. This needs to be talked about properly. No one's talking about it properly. I understand both sides. I understand the vast majority of people that would fall under the bracket of being a bit alternative as far as all this stuff is concerned are not fucking lying or anything close to it. They're having the feelings that they're having, and they've been lied to about the philosophical and conceptual underpinnings of it all. Lied to. And I can prove it to you. I can prove to you personally, if you happen to be watching this and you feel like that, I can prove to you personally that there's nothing wrong with you, and what you feel does not mean the claim that your movement has claimed it means. You've adopted that because you think it makes sense, because what you feel is what you feel, and how they've interpreted what you feel seems to make sense. But they've started from a point that is so unbelievably based on thin air that the fact they've been allowed to build anything from it is an insult. If I feel it, then it's true. Everybody knows that's not true. Everybody knows that's not a true statement. Just because you feel it doesn't mean it's true. It means it's true you're feeling it. But like I said, if I feel like my house is on fire, it's only true if my house happens to be on fire. Feeling it doesn't matter. My house could be on fire and I wouldn't have a clue. Does that mean it's not on fire because I feel like it's not on fire? In what universe do you think your thoughts go anywhere outside your own head? To change anything outside of your own head? Someone's told you that the way you feel about yourself can affect other things in the universe. It can't. It can't. It can't. There's no magic. All the different alternative hippie spiritualities and all that sort of stuff, it's all junk. They're talking about the same thing the religions are talking about, exactly the same thing. They're just using different terminology for it and framing it differently. Talking about Gaia instead of God. It's the same, haven't got a bloody clue what they're talking about, got no way of determining whether or not the thing they're talking about exists, have never had any communication with the thing they're saying exists, and have got no way of knowing what it wants, means, or thinks. It's exactly the same rubbish claims all the way up and down. Even if bits of what they say happen to be nice and good, they're just nice and good bits. They've got nothing to do with the validity of their claims about where their information's coming from, or whether or not the spiritualistic thing they happen to be fucking framing is real or not. Doesn't mean a goddamn thing. They're just pretending that they know. They might not have been lying when they first started thinking it. They're lying when they say that they've got any way of knowing if what they're saying is even 1% true, never mind 95% true. So I genuinely mean it when I say that if there's anybody who feels like that in that sort of alternative sort of way, if you were to approach me and we was to have a conversation, whatever you're not liking and or unhappy about or struggling with or finding it difficult to properly describe or define as far as your feelings are concerned and your internalized frame is concerned, talk to me about it, and I'll explain it exactly where it's coming from and how there's nothing wrong with it and how it doesn't mean all the twisted, weird, fucked up shit that makes you feel like there might be something wrong with you or you're in the wrong body. It doesn't mean any of that. There's nothing wrong with you. Even if you happen to have some thoughts in your head that aren't correct, that's just incorrect. That you're not broken. You're not broken. If you're a girl that wants to be a footballer and a lumberjack, or you're a boy that wants to be a ballet dancer and wear makeup, you're not broken. Anyone who ever tells you you are is wrong and broken for telling you that you are. They're more broken than you. And anyone who tells children that's true, I don't even know if I can let you off with believing your own crap. Because you know that it's flimsy enough that you shouldn't be teaching kids it's absolutely true. You know that. Super complex stuff. And you're going to just boil it all down to, well, he doesn't like blue, so he must not be a boy after all. What? You're going to tell kids that? And you think you're protected because what? You feel like there's a stereotype boys are meant to be doing, and if they're not doing it, they must not be one. Weirdly, the weird reverse claim that you often seem to be making is other people have unfairly, culturally created a stereotype of men, and you say that they claim that men have to act a particular way, and so you're just not what they have said the box is, so you're just not inside their box. Well, now you're saying that you've stopped being a boy simply because you don't fit somebody else's description of how boys are supposed to act. You're not even saying you've gone wrong in your own description of how they're supposed to act. Which one is it? Do you feel like you're in the wrong body, or do you feel like you don't fit the box that other people have drawn that says what's meant to be in your body? You don't feel like that. Well, you're not supposed to feel like what they reckon. You're supposed to feel exactly what you feel, because otherwise there is no such thing as the word supposed to feel. Because you're not supposed to feel anything. You feel whatever you feel. And if the feeling you're having has got something to do with the external world, well, it can be verified whether it's accurate or not. It doesn't change whether you had the feeling, it just changes if your feeling is based on truth or not. Because if you feel like your spouse is cheating on you, you might be right, but you might be wrong. Your feeling has got nothing to do with whether they are or aren't. They either are or aren't, and your feeling is either accurate or it isn't. Your feeling isn't what decides it, though, is it? If you think the bus is going to be late, your feeling doesn't decide whether it's late. The events of the world decide whether it's late. Your feeling either matches reality or it doesn't. Oh, it was on time. Oh, well, felt like it was going to be late for some reason. That's your entire movement. You thought the bus was going to be late, and when it was late, you thought that your thoughts are what made it late. Sorry, but you know, it can't be more the wrong way round. It can't be more the wrong way round. I'm questioning whether or not I should even fucking release this fucking video, because I feel like the subject I'm talking about is so fucking misunderstood by basically everybody that's the loudest advocates for it. They don't misunderstand their own feelings. They misunderstand the consequences of their feelings, and they misunderstand all of the philosophical underpinnings that are telling them what their feelings mean. It's like you've gone to someone who describes dreams. They've told you that, oh, well, you had a dream about that, did you? Well, I know what that means. That means this. And you've just gone, well, fucking that must be exactly what it means, and it's not possible anything else, and I don't need to check it now. And if I had a dream about winning the lottery, then that's it. I'm just going to sell my house and buy lottery tickets, because the guy told me that my dream meant that. That's basically what you're doing. I feel like this, someone told me that feeling means this, well, I'm just going to say that that's what it means. And anyone who questions me must be horrible. They're being horrible to me for not just instantly believing that when I say I feel like I'm a square, even though I'm a triangle, they're just not instantly believing me just because they're mean. Really, you think the reason they're questioning you is because they're mean, or because what you're saying is so fucking weird and makes no sense at all that it needs to be questioned and should be questioned, especially when you're saying there's something wrong with you, mate. You know, if you're my friend and you come to me and you tell me that the way you're feeling, let's say you're a friend I know in my life, I've got a lot of friends I've met in my life, known in my life, been very close with a lot of people, and been semi-close in a weird way with a lot of people, to the point where, even though we didn't see each other often, we were close enough that we could have very, very close conversations, were we alone or something like that. If any of them had ever said to me, oh, I feel like I don't want to wear the normal clothes for my thing, I want to wear the other clothes, I'd have said, all right, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, well, I mean, I think that means I might not be a boy anymore. What? No, how would you think it means that, mate? What do you, no, yeah, it feels wrong because, you know, I don't want to act like a boy and that, and I'm not into all that stuff, and, you know, I'm into all this other stuff, and I feel like it's, you know, and the way I feel, I just feel more like a girl than a boy. Okay, cool. Right. That's fine. I get you, mate. Absolutely, I get you. As in, I understand what you're saying, and what you're saying makes sense to me, and it doesn't sound weird. It sounds unusual, but it doesn't sound weird in a pigs flying sort of a way. It doesn't sound fantastical. It just sounds a bit unusual. Well, that's the same as a lot of different unusual behaviours and feelings and preferences that humans can have. There's small percentages that aren't insignificant, but they're still small because it's still rare at the end of the day, of quite a handful of different proclivities and preferences. That's fine. Doesn't stop them from being what they are. Gay men are still men. Under your guys' framework. Are they? Sounds to me like you guys are insulting them in the same way as they were being insulted in the fucking 60s and the 70s and the 80s, being called girls. Seems like that's what you guys are starting to try and do all over again. Of course, somehow your weird cognitive dissonance won't allow you to see the conceptual equivalence across your entire family. That's why you have so many internal squabbles. That's why feminism's bashing up against it in a lot of different ways now. Because when you say something that's absolutely the opposite of the truth, if I feel like I'm not Brian anymore, I'm not Brian anymore, that's the opposite of the truth. My feelings can't ever stop me from being me. It's not possible for them to stop me from being me. I'm going to be this Brian who's in this body because that's me, and I'm going to have the appendages that I've got, and I'm going to have the genetics that I've got, and that's that. And my feelings can't change any of that. Just the same way as my feelings can't change my hair colour. It's built on lies. Do you know when you really, 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 really look at it, and you go back the decades and decades, and you look at these psychological and or mind and consciousness movements, the enlightenment, the awakenings, subjectivity, when you allow the idea that everything's subjective, it's not, so that's that. But when you allow the idea that reality can be subjective, it's not possible. The reason I'm able to say it's not possible is because reality was happening before I was born. Therefore, I'm not deciding it. I'm not changing it or affecting it. It was already it. 2 plus 2 already equaled 4 before I got here. So I don't get to have feelings that will undo that, and I don't have feelings that are responsible for it. The universe was already here before you got here. So how the hell are you and your feelings changing any of it? They're just your feelings inside of you. What's true is already true, long before you. No matter how hard you try to undo. And tell me that just because you feel it, it has to be true. So I don't know how to convince you that the philosophy you've been told by all of those people is not true. And even if I be nice and say that none of them are lying, because I think some of them are, I would still want to be able to tell you that it doesn't mean what you think it means, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with you. Being different isn't wrong. If that's the only thing you are, is a bit different, well, everyone's different. You seem to think that the stereotypes are rules. They're not. They're just commonalities that have been noticed over time. No one's trying to force men to be into football. Men are just into competitiveness. And they like high skill. Both of those two things together means the best competing is liked. And that doesn't matter if it's football or business. It seems to be a common thing for men to like high-skilled competitiveness. Whether watching it, being into it, being fascinated by it, studying it, or taking part in it and competing. They love it. Seem to. Absolutely love it. But not all of them. And they definitely don't all love the same type of competing in the same type of way and competing over the same thing. They definitely don't all share all of that. It's just a common thing for them to enjoy competing or enjoy watching high-level competing. It's not a rule, so you can't break it. So if you don't like that, that doesn't mean you're not in the group, because that's not one of the things that qualifies you for being in the group, because there is no qualification for being in the group other than already being in the group, because you can't get out of the group once you're in it, because it's not a group. It's a distinction. It's a matter of fact. You're not in the group of having two eyes. That's not a group of people. It's not a gang that you can be, you know. Yeah, obviously you can lose them. It's not. That makes it even closer. It's even more likely to say that eyes are on a spectrum than it is to say that sex is on a spectrum. Gender's on a spectrum. Gender, under that framework, gender is simply how you're acting. Well, that's got fuck all to do with. It's got nothing to do with it. That's only got to do with social stereotypes. They're not rules. Never have been. Oh, they're advertising and everyone tries to force us to. No, they don't. They just advertise what's common because that's going to hit the most people. The reason stereotypes get noticed and thrown back at us is because they're common. Why I was so much advertising directed at males had lovely women in it. Or they're trying to make men like, no, they're not trying to make men like, no, that's the wrong way around. You're the men already like, yeah, they already, sorry to fucking start giving all insider information, lads. I don't mean to tell them all the insider information, but secretly, everybody, I'm going to have to break it to you. Men already liked lovely, sexy, whatever, women. Men already liked that. Big modern advertising companies didn't work that out. Women's oldest profession worked it out. However, word with yourself about who's responsible for what appears to be men's drive or passion or interest or desire for their sexual appetite to be fed. Has it come because they just need it all the time because of biology? Or has it come because since the dawn of our, however long ago it was, there's been people using that in order to gain resources? That seems like a perfectly fair trade to me. Both people are happy. It is a trade. Cool. The only reason I'm bringing it up is because if it's such an old profession, could it not have a hand, or at least be a partner in crime as far as the more pleasure-based side of sexual interaction is concerned between humans, and how it seems to be quite common for people to enjoy the more pleasurable side of sexual experiences, and it not just be for procreation. Because at one stage it would have been basically just for procreation, however far back we have to go. If we have to go all the way back to Neanderthals, which we probably have to go a lot further back than that, by the way, I reckon, but at some point it will have changed. There's not that many animals. There might be some and I just don't know, but there doesn't seem to be, there's definitely not many animals that are having rampant sex just for fun. It's quite a human thing, isn't it? So at some stage that would have started happening, and when that started happening, both men and women would have noticed all of the things about both men and women. Men would have noticed do they like it, women would have noticed do they like it, men would have noticed that women like it, and women would have noticed that men like it. Because if it's true that we both like it, and if it's true that at some stage we started doing it for fun quite a lot, well then it's true that we would have both noticed all of those things. And so it's true that as much as men wanted it, when it's consensual, it's a two-way street, mate. So men's sexual appetite is no more a sinister, bloody side effect of their desire to just want that. It's that it's been on a plate willingly. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with you putting that on a plate. I just mean that in a, sort of a whatever sort of a way of saying it's being offered freely, even if it's, you have to pay. So it's just a natural consequence. Now, whether or not it's good or bad to be having rampant sex all over the place, got fuck all to do with me. It's not something I think should be controlled even were we able to demonstrate that it does have negative effects on things, because it's the sort of thing that two people should just be allowed to do, the same as you're allowed to punch yourself in the face, even if it's a bad idea, and it is a bad idea. But you're allowed. You're allowed. It's not against the law. Making informed bad decisions is not against the law and shouldn't be. Dealing with the consequences of your own actions, I think that's something that should be. But I think it basically is, unless we've got weird provisions set up to make sure people don't have to deal with the consequences of their own actions, in which case that's a stupid idea. It's a stupid idea. It's not caring. To protect people from the consequences of their own choices. That's not caring. It's only caring if you're protecting people from the consequences of their own accidents. And in order for it to be an accident, you have to be sober. It's not an accident if you're drunk, because you knew before you got in the car. So it's no longer an accident. It's a willing accident at that stage. Can't run through the shop with swords out and then say, well, I wasn't trying to hit anybody, so if I do, it's an accident. No, we won't have that wordplay around here. So if you end up in bed together, nothing that happens is an accident. Unless you're going to pretend you didn't have a clue. And obviously that's not true. You're just saying you didn't want to. Well, that's the same as drink driving. They don't want to. There's just an increased risk of it happening. Everybody knows you're taking the massively increased risk, because if you're not doing that, the risk is super low. It's almost impossible, actually, considering the analogy I'm using. It's impossible if you're not doing that, isn't it, basically, unless someone does some fucking hell out. Well, anyway, spike you to get you back. Fucking hell, Brian, now you are going into... Well, that happens, does it? I guess it must have. I don't fucking know. Anyway, that's not the point. Point is, you can't call it an accident. That's a lie to call it an accident. You don't accidentally win the lottery. You win it because you bought a ticket. It's not an accident if that happens. If you happen to win, you don't call that an accident, do you? You call it lucky. If you're climbing a mountain and you've got good ropes, and something happens, that's an accident. If you check all your ropes and they're all frayed and you still climb the mountain with them, that's not an accident. That's you being stupid. That's a fairly obvious potential happening. Been awake for 40 hours, decide to go and do a 12-hour drive, fall asleep whilst driving, not an accident. Not an accident. Had a good sleep last night, got up this morning, went and had a drive. Took your eyes off of the road for a split second, had an accident. Accident. It's that simple. What's true is what's true. Not what you'd like to be true, what feels like it should be true, what you would like, hope, and maybe would try and get people to think is true. Only what's true is true. If you're a square, you're a square. If you're a boy, you're a boy. If you're having sex, you can get pregnant. There's no point in pretending that it's an accident just because you didn't want it to happen. That's not an accident. That's something you didn't want to happen, happening. Well, it can only happen one way. It's a dark conversation because unfortunately I think when it comes to something as serious as termination, you should know before you do it. You should know before you do it. And I don't think saying, but having sex is loads of fun, it's not fair if there's a consequence that makes me too scared to do it. That's not a case of being fair, mate. That's a case of if, then you're just gonna, yeah? You'll just destroy it, will you? What if it, well, we don't know what consciousness is. Oh, is that, literally that's the only, you're not sure what consciousness is, and you don't know exactly when it attaches or how it works or any of that sort of stuff, and you don't know exactly when everything properly turns on, even though we know at some point it is. But, oh, it's all just a grey area and stuff, so that means it's fine, let's just, that's all you've got. Now I understand it, because I've thought like that. We don't know. It's a convenient one, isn't it? If you think I'm talking out my arse about subjects I don't know, you can think again. I'm not casting moral judgment on people and or subjects and or concepts and acting like I am external from all judgment should I happen to have done anything that I think is wrong. Half the time I'm not saying things are wrong, I'm saying the people who absolutely are definitely sure that it's right haven't got a fucking clue if it's right. They're just fucking guessing based on a grey area that they're pointing to and hoping that that means something. I mean, even if consciousness isn't there, I still don't see an argument. But you don't know it's not there, and that's the best you've got as an argument. We think it might not be there. Well, you think it might not be there, and you think it might not matter if it's not there, so. And you think it's unfair of somebody to say that if it is, you can't kill babies. It's unfair to say you can't kill babies, or it's unfair to say the thing that's in your belly is a baby. Which one's unfair? Because it's only unfair to say that's a baby in your belly, mate, not nothing, it's a baby. You can't kill babies. That's only unfair if you want to kill it. It's not unfair to say you can't kill babies. The only thing you've got is a desperate attempt to say it's not a baby, it's not a baby, it's not a baby. Based on what? Well, consciousness and stuff. Because that pregnant woman who someone kicked her, she acted like it was a baby, and so did the law. Fuck it. I mean this. If you think that thing that's in your belly is nothing, please don't do this. But what you should do, even though I'm saying don't go and do it, because just don't, is go to any counselling and or therapy session for women who have had miscarriages and tell them that it wasn't a baby yet. When they're breaking down because they've lost their child at 15 weeks, fucking 8, if they know, they know. And ask them how many weeks was it. Oh, I'm very sorry for your loss. How many weeks was it? 12. Well, what are you crying for? Wasn't even a baby yet. Can you go to those people who are suffering the loss of miscarriage and tell them that it wasn't a baby that they lost? Because if you can't, there's a reason why. There's a reason why you wouldn't do it. Because if it was true that it wasn't a baby that they'd lost, maybe you should tell them. It might relieve them of that pain. Could you convince them it wasn't a baby that they've lost? Because if it's true that it wasn't one, you should try to convince them, because that would ease the pain if you could convince them, wouldn't it? That would stop them from feeling like they lost their child. That would stop them from blaming themselves, even though they can't work out a way how it could have been their fault because it was a completely random. But they're still going to think, I ate the wrong thing, I did the wrong thing. They're going to fucking do that to themselves. So if you can fucking convince them that it wasn't even a baby, do you not think you should? Oh, that's right, you can't convince them, and you wouldn't fucking dare even try. You wouldn't fucking dare even try and convince those. So tell me it's not a baby. Because what the fuck else is it? What else is it? It's a baby when you want it and it's not when you don't. Please, please tell me I'm wrong. Please tell me I'm wrong when I say that your entire position is it's a baby if you want it and it's not if you don't. Please tell me that's not your position. Because every single happy mother that ever found out she was pregnant with a fucking baby. The instant she found out she was pregnant, it was a fucking baby. And she worried about what she'd been doing for the however many weeks it was up until she found out. She was worried. Even if it's not even possible for anything to actually affect them, because she found out after 6 weeks. And you know, a month ago she had a drink and, you know, well, at 2 weeks, mate, you're probably not doing any damage to it, so don't worry. They would still be going through all of that in their mind as soon as they found out if they were a happy mother, wouldn't they? They'd be telling everyone. They'd be rushing to tell their loved ones or their friends or their family or whatever. Oh, guess what? I've got a meaningless lump of cells. Oh, no, that's right. No, they wouldn't be happy about a meaningless lump of cells, would they? No, that's right. What would they be telling everybody? What would everybody be affirming? And what would happen if some overzealous guy decided to start rough playing with her minutes or seconds after she's told the whole family? And he goes, oh, you're great, you're my beloved so-and-so, a cousin, and I'm going to wrestle you to the floor. They'd be going, what are you doing? She's pregnant. That's a baby in there. That's what they'd be saying. What are you doing, you fucking moron? He wouldn't do it, obviously. Never mind what the law says if you do things intentionally to a pregnant woman's baby. Because it's a baby under the law. When you hurt it, you can't have it both ways. You can't. It's not possible. I'm not saying you're not allowed. I'm saying it's wrong. It's like saying 2 equals 2 and 3 at the same time. No, it's not me who tells you you're not allowed to do that. You're just not allowed to do that. It's just not true when you do it. That's what I mean by it, by not allowed, because I'm the truth, which means the only things that are true are things that are true. And you're not allowed to be true unless you're true. Because if you're wrong, you're not true. No matter how much screaming you do. No matter how much you think I hate you. Because that's wrong. Trust me, mate. If there's punishments to pay, I'm paying them. I think. That was a fucking horrible thing to say, but technically it's possible. So I think. I won't explain what I meant by that. If that didn't make sense, I'm glad. I'm pretty sure I will be in the punishment line were that to be the case. Though I do believe anyone who would be in a position to deal out punishment would allow behaviours done when believing they were questionable. I now don't believe they're questionable. $15-odd years ago, maybe I did. That's why you can't bat me away. I'm not some self-righteous cunt. I'm just telling you what's true. You don't know. Every single scrap of evidence in the entire universe only points towards it being a baby. In every other circumstance. In every other circumstance, it's a baby without question. I mean, I can give a small amount of weeks where you might say it's this weird embryotic thing that's only just starting to, yeah, cool. But after literally a handful of weeks, it's got forming arms and legs and head and stuff. And so at that point, what you're talking about, mate, now the best you've got is, well, don't think it's conscious yet. But you don't know, so you haven't got a clue because you don't know what fucking consciousness is. And you know you don't, but you still dare to use it in your argument when it comes to doing that. You need to have a good argument for that. Not a petty little grey area you're pointing to and you're not even sure if that grey area counts as an argument, but you're going to point to the grey area as the best argument you've got. And dare to get righteous against anybody who says, bloody hell, what you're doing is quite severe. Is that the best reason you've got? And you call them monsters and all that. Oh, you're all religious nutters. You just think that because of God. What? You think people, you honestly think there's anybody in the world that thinks it's wrong to kill children, and you think the only reason they think that is because God told them it's wrong? Do you honestly believe that's the only reason people have got to be against it? It's because they've, almost everybody that's ever lived has only ever seen people act like that's a baby in that pregnant mother's belly. That's a baby. No one's ever acted any different, whether you bump into them by accident, whether it's obvious that they're more vulnerable, whether it's obvious that you could damage it were you to do anything to the belly. In every single situation, it's considered a baby, except when you want to get rid of it. All of a sudden, it's not a baby. That's not an argument. Now, if you've got an argument for why you should be allowed to do it, I would love to hear it. But the best you've ever got is, you're not allowed to tell me what to do. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm telling you the general rule is, if you destroy children, there's consequences. It's not me making that a rule. That just is the general rule of thumb. In general, people react badly to it. Considering people are being pretty damn civil. Because I know you don't like the argument, but if somebody was to take your arguments, oh, it's dependent on the mum. Well, fucking 3-month-old is dependent on the mum. There wouldn't be an argument there, would there? That wouldn't be a debate, would it? 6 months earlier, somehow that's a debate. So if you think you're not being given the most almighty grace in the entire fucking universe, because under any other circumstance, well, you know what What would you think of anybody doing it under any other circumstance? What would you think if the father did it against the mother's wishes? Do you want to talk about the reality of you being allowed and no one else being allowed? I challenge anybody. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I think I could do a very poor job of it, but I don't want to do it on principle, because I think it's too much to do, and I don't actually want to start going into it because I'm scared of how deep I could maybe describe it. But I want you to think about men who have not wanted their baby to be aborted. And you need to imagine it from the point of view of them thinking it's their fucking child. And just because she happens to think it's a meaningless lump of cells doesn't mean he does. Now, are you saying there is no conversation to be had about the fact that a father who has just found out that he's going to have the thing he's been waiting for his entire life, maybe, often, the thing he's genetically and biologically programmed to absolutely adore and literally do anything for, that you're allowed to just, and he has to just sit there, he just has to eat that, does he? Would you, if he wanted to do it to you and you wanted to keep it, would you allow him to just fucking do it? Even if he did it in a way that didn't actually hurt you, if he slipped you a tablet? What would you think of him if you were happily pregnant and he slipped you a tablet? Said, half my DNA, half my choice. What would you... It's not even an argument, is it? But somehow, you seem to completely ignore that monstrosity of an event when you do it. If the father's crying and blubbering, begging you not to please don't kill my child, you are legally allowed to laugh at him and then go and do it. And I'm not saying women do laugh at him, though some do. I'm saying you're allowed to. And you think you should be, maybe not allowed to laugh at him, but you should definitely be allowed to give him the finger and go and bloody do it anyway. And he shouldn't have a bloody thing to say. And in fact, if he has a go at you about it, he's being mean to you, isn't he? Isn't he? How much of a horrible man would the man be if he were to reprimand or scold or describe in a horribly, horribly negative way what the woman had just done when she comes out afterwards? What if he was to cry and blubber and scream at her on the floor on his hands and knees? How could you kill my child? Would you call him a monster because she's the one who had to go through such a terrible thing? Is she the one that needs support under that condition? Is he supposed to support her under those conditions? She wanted to get rid of it. He didn't. She just went and did it anyway, and he now has to support her as well. She just killed his kid. And you lot stood there and said that's fine, and if he gets upset about it, he's being emotionally unfair towards her. Have you got any idea what it is to do that to a man and tell him he's not even allowed to get upset about it? People talk about the idea that were it to be actually made illegal, if it was to be considered that a preborn baby had the same legal protection as a born baby and you're not allowed to kill them no matter what, if that law was made, everybody who's in favour of abortion would say that, oh my God, you're forcing women to have a baby that they don't want. That's the most terrible cruelty that you could ever have to do to a woman. Oh, is it? Because women en masse have been murdering men's babies where the man desperately wanted it and he considers it killing his own child because it fucking is. Because if they want it, it's a baby. Or is that only for the woman? It's not a baby until the woman decides it's a baby, and the man's not even allowed to be sad if it dies unless she tells him he's allowed to be sad. Is that really what you're trying to say? Or is he allowed to be sad for the loss of his child? Because if so, you took his child, called it a clump of blump, and then told him to support you after he begged you not to do it, and you went and did it anyway, because you're allowed. Now, you need to understand the difference between somebody who's done it for whatever reason they thought it was okay to do it, and someone who thinks about it and then still says it's okay. Because there is no argument. There's only a wild guess about a potential grey area, and somehow we're just going to say that that means you're allowed to do what would normally be the most cruel thing you could ever possibly do. And if it happens in any other circumstance, we're we're terribly sympathetic towards the mother who lost it whilst pregnant. For any other reason, she has gone through the most traumatic loss that you can imagine. The loss of your own child whilst it's still very young. We don't differentiate between somebody whose baby died at 3 months from cot death or something like that, and someone who lost their baby when it was 5 months old in the womb. We don't differentiate between how much suffering that person's going through, and rightly so. It might be different, it's not more or less though. And even if it was, we wouldn't get the measuring stick out to check. It's too close to call. What it's definitely not is the 3-month-old's got a right to be upset, and the one who was 5 months pregnant's got no bloody right to be upset at all. It wasn't even a baby yet. You don't get that. You don't get to have that. And so because in every other circumstance were the baby to be lost, it's the most traumatic thing ever, how is it that when the father wants the baby and the mother says, I'm going to get rid of it anyway, that it's not the most traumatic thing ever for him? Why don't you allow him that? Why do you expect him to be sympathetic towards the one who literally just destroyed his own baby in front of him? You think because the visual imagery is different that it matters to the father who wanted the child? Every single father who's ever wanted the child and the mother had an abortion should be able to sue the government for the law existing. Yeah. For whatever you want to call damages on them saying it's okay for someone to kill your child. Because that's what they said. They said it's okay. Yeah. They said it's okay, mate. Yeah. You're not allowed to do it, but she is. Yeah. Yeah. We don't care how much you want it, mate. We don't care how much it breaks you. In fact, if you show it too much, we'll say you're going too far, mate. You need to have a think. It's the fucking woman's choice. Got some fucking balls saying that. I want to know if anyone's got anything other than calling me names. You can call me every name under the sun and they can all be true, and I've still got you on the run. Because it doesn't matter if I'm the biggest cunt under the sun. You ain't got a leg to stand on. one of two things. Either you get absolutely no emotional support for any loss of a child during pregnancy at all, because it's nothing, so you didn't lose anything, so what the fuck are you upset about? You don't need any emotional support after you've had an abortion, because nothing bad happened. What are you talking about? It's like having your nails cut. You don't need therapy after that. Why would you need therapy after an abortion? Why would you need emotional support? Why would you need any sort of comforting conversations from people? Why would people have to be nice and extra delicate towards you? You haven't been through anything. It's either that, or you've been through something and you need help. You lost a baby through a horrible miscarriage and you're traumatized and you need help. Yeah, I bet you do. I can't even imagine it. I can't even imagine how much pain and fucking God knows what that you're in. I can't even imagine it. I mean, but there's a reason you're in that much pain, isn't there? Yeah, that's right, yeah. Unlike a lot of people, I wouldn't dare question what you've lost. I know exactly why those therapy sessions exist. I know exactly why there's a load of, or however much, money is spent out of the collective tax money pocket that goes into the mental health, in towards helping people that have gone through that loss. Yeah, I'm fucking right and all, probably not enough. And there's a lot of support for people who have had an abortion. I just don't know why. Why do you need support? I'd like to know what it is that's happened that's bad that you need support for. Because a minute ago you were saying, it's a fucking meaningless lump of cells, it's got nothing to do with nobody, it's mine anyway. I can get rid of it if I want. Oh, can you? All right, fine. Oh no, it was the most horrible thing ever. Do you know how hard a decision it was? Why was it hard? Why was it a hard decision? I'd love to know what was difficult about it. Because I know how hard it was to fucking clip my nails last time I bit them. What are you talking about? Why is it a hard decision? There's only one reason it could possibly be a hard decision, and that's the very thing you're saying it couldn't possibly be. That's your whole reason for doing it. The whole reason you did it is because there is nothing hard about it. You can't say it's a hard decision without acknowledging what's hard about it. You can't say it's an emotionally turmoilic decision. Turmoilic? A decision with emotional turmoil, a fucking emotional, fucking traumatic decision. You can't say that without acknowledging why it's an emotionally traumatic decision. There's only one reason, isn't there? You can't need help literally, right after you've just proclaimed that you're not even doing anything. I'm not getting rid of nothing. I'm not destroying nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. It's not even in anything yet. It's not even fear. It's just a lump of fucking dirt. It hasn't even turned on yet. Consciousness technically doesn't attach until... Oh no, but I need loads of help and stuff afterwards though. Everyone still has to care for me and all that. I've been through a really hard thing. Oh, did you? Sorry. I must have missed that bit when we was having the conversation before you did it. You forgot to mention that. It's dishonest. I think considering the numbers, there's a lot of people who genuinely believed, just in their own way, and didn't have no super self-righteous things about it, genuinely believed, just in their own way, that this thing, life, consciousness, whatever the case may be, is a very strange thing, and it probably isn't there immediately in the zygote and the first forming. Yeah, probably it isn't. But the body and the organs and stuff are forming and have formed, and then, they form small and then grow in size, but they form as far as functioning quite quickly within the first 8 to 10, 6 to 12. You really, 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 you've got like brain and heart, electrosignals and stuff like that. They're working very quickly. That's a handful of weeks. whilst it might still look a little bit like a Mr. Potato Man with deformed arms and legs and head. But it don't look like a meaningless lump of nothing at 6 weeks. It's not forming into anything. It's just not a meaningless lump of nothing. At 10 or 12 weeks, it's forming into something by that stage. It's starting to take form. By 16 and 20 weeks, you're having a fucking laugh, mate. It's got stubby fingers. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? The sensory processing units are already built. The nervous system's 20 weeks or whatever it is. But before that, the actual bits that are going to do the processing on all the signalling that your nervous system is saying, they're already done. Sometime after 20 weeks, all the wiring gets linked up and it starts working. That's your sensory apparatus. That's not your brain. Your brain's already going. Your brain just interprets the signals that get sent from the sensory inputs along the communication network. But all of the processing and the deciphering of all that information and the sensations that leads to, that all gets done in the brain. That all has to be there, ready to do it before the signals start getting sent. So when your brain forms and they start getting electro signals, brainwave signals, getting electro signals off of your heart and that sort of stuff that they can pick up, ECGs or whatever the fuck it is that they use. I don't need to know exactly what they're using and which specific ones it is. That we just know that they're doing it. They can detect fucking brain activity about 6 to 7 weeks. Heartbeat. It's all there in primary form. We haven't got a clue at what stage consciousness turns on. But we know it's not 5 minutes before. And for some reason, you seem to think that anyone who argues that it might be a bit fucking dodgy to just be running ahead and doing it anyway, because bloody hell, in every other circumstance it's a baby, all of a sudden you're drawing this weird grey area and saying that now means it might not even be a baby. What, in every other circumstance as well? No. If she's happy, it's still a baby. Oh. If you hurt it, it's still a baby. Oh. Just not if she hurts it. Yeah, that's basically right, yeah. Oh. Because if you said that, that would at least be an argument that can be had. Because at the moment, you're making an argument on something that can't be argued, and then you're just doing it anyway, even though the argument hasn't been settled, and your side of the argument is a complete wild fabricated reason as to why your speculative grey area matters. The whole thing, the whole way down is my body, my choice. It's not your body though, is it? It's the baby's body. It's in your body, but it's not a part of your body. It's the baby's body. Just happens to be feeding on you. Well, guess what? You put it there, and that's how it works. It's not a parasite, because parasites aren't put there on purpose. You put it there on purpose. It's not an accident. The only way you didn't put it there on purpose is if you were forced, and that's a different story altogether. But of course, it's not the baby's fault. But it just means that you didn't choose it. Okay, we can have an argument about the fact that you didn't choose it on that one. Yeah, that's a debate we can have. It's a fucking debate though, because it's still not the baby's fault. So if it's a baby, punishing the baby seems weird. You're forcing the mother to have to, you're killing a baby. So let's not start getting the moral equivalency out, because you lose fast. Because if you're saying it is a baby, but it's okay because she went through a bad thing, well, I'm saying it is a baby. So you don't get to use it as an excuse when the thing you're excusing is killing a baby. You only get to use it as an excuse when you don't fucking need an excuse, because you're saying it's not even a baby. So you don't need an excuse to get rid of it. You don't need a million different reasons. Well, this and that, and oh, well, if I've gone through this and I've gone through that. Hang on, I thought it wasn't a baby. You don't need excuses if it's not a baby. What's with all the excuses? What's with all the reasons? You don't need them, do you? When I throw the rubbish out, I don't have to tell everyone why I did it. Everyone knows why. It's because it was rubbish. So, either you don't need reasons, or there is no reason. Because it's a baby, and you lose. Whatever your reason is, you, and whatever you might have to go through, does not allow you to do that to children. Am I getting it through to you? The only way you can do it is if you're saying it's not a child, it's not a human. So then you don't need a fucking reason. No more than I need a reason to kill a worm. I'm not going to get punished for it. I don't have to excuse it. There can be people out there who think it's a bit cruel of me to purposely kill a worm. Well, they can think that, and that's that. There's nothing going to, you know. Is that what you're saying? Because if that's what you're saying, then that's fine. But then also you don't need the emotional help for killing a worm. Don't need therapy and stuff, do we? For people who accidentally killed their worm. People who tripped over. You know. Some people accidentally trip over whilst pregnant, and that causes a miscarriage, and they blame themselves. You do it on purpose and get angry at anybody who even says that's a bit fucking weird. Never mind, gets upset about it. You try and tell them they're controlling you. You're controlling me by not letting me kill my own children. Controlling you by not letting you do that. Or controlling you by not letting you get away with saying it's a potato. Well, if I say it's a potato, then I can do whatever I want with it. Bullshit argument. Oh, you're trying to control me. Yeah. Is that what you said to your maths teacher when you got a question running maths? You're trying to control me. 7 times 3 is 941, if I say it is. Where's your argument? And the funniest thing of it all is, there might be an argument as to why up until, let's say, this many weeks, it's okay, if you want to call it okay. There might be one. I think the best you're going to end up having is the 3-day period under which fertilization has just taken place, and it's a zygote. Because after, 48 to 72 hours or whatever it is, it's no longer a forming zygote of 2 halves coming together. It's now come together, and it is its own entity. It's its own human being. That's how human beings grow. That's what they are. You haven't changed into something else since then. All you've done is be that the whole time. Your proportions have grown, but you had your arms, your legs, your head and everything, and over all the bits on the inside, and all of this was all already there when you were on the inside of your mum's belly. You haven't changed. You haven't become a different thing. You've always been the same. The only thing that's changed is how big you are. Some slight cosmetic features, like how much hair you've got and where it is. So I don't know how you dare when that's the only argument you've got. And I don't know how you can feel bad about it and then say it's not it. I don't know how it can be a tough decision when it's not even a baby. You can't have that. You can't do that. Whenever I say can't, I don't mean you're not allowed because there's a rule that says you're not allowed. It means you're not correct. and you're saying you are. Well, you're not allowed to be correct unless you actually are correct. Saying you're correct isn't what makes you correct. Being correct is what makes you correct. Things have answers. I know you like to say some things don't have an answer. No, some things we don't know the answer to, but they do have an answer. There's no such thing as a question that doesn't have an answer. It's not possible. Just by fact of asking the question instantly infers that it's got an answer. It's not possible for there to be a question without an answer. It's only possible for there to be a question that we don't know the answer to. And don't give me a nonsensical question, because that wouldn't be a question. That would be a nonsensical statement. Yeah? What does square taste like? It doesn't have a flavour. That's the answer. Square is a geometric representative shape. It doesn't have a flavour. So you can't ask stupid questions and say, oh, well, there's no answer for that, is there, Brian? There is an answer. The answer is either that's a stupid question or that's not a question. You know, how many sides does the number 2 have? What are you talking about? Doesn't have. What are you on about? Doesn't it? There's no such thing as a question that doesn't have an answer. So if you want to say, we don't know what the answer is yet, all right. You don't get to say, there's no answer, therefore I can do whatever I want, because that's you making up an answer. So, you can't say there's no answer and then act like you've worked out what the answer is and tell anyone who fucking tries to question you that there is no answer, so you can't tell me I'm wrong. Well, you can't say you're right if there's no answer. It's a two-way street, or there's no street at all. Because you're not the only person who exists, therefore it's a two-way street. So, on any of the subjects I happen to have touched on here, no one will ever see it. I'm going to say it anyway for the fucking sake of it. If there's anybody who wants to have a conversation about these topics, who thinks differently to me, as in is taking the alternative position to any position I might have taken, though a lot of my positions are quite open, they do lean at times, obviously. I want to have the conversation because I think you're wrong, and I think it matters. And if there's anybody who happens to have experienced any of the things that I've happened to have been talking about, whether it's believing in religion, believing in the cultural trends, believing in your own feelings changing reality, or believing in there being a grey area as far as consciousness is concerned, and so certain behaviours are okay, and you feel like the things I've been saying have made you feel bad, or made you feel like you've suddenly done something wrong, or, well, that's almost definitely not the case. And if it was, it's not wrong in that way, unless you think it's okay. And the whole point of this bit that I'm saying right now is to say, for the people who might have watched this and have done or been involved in anything of the subjects I've talked about, who might have suddenly thought that either I was explaining something in a way that means they've done something wrong, or they had suddenly come to think something themselves about their own selves that meant they were now judging it as being having done something wrong. It's probably not in that way, because you didn't think it was wrong, now think it was. That's just called learning. That's not called understanding it and then still not giving a fuck. Using blatant bullshit to excuse it when it's such a severe thing. You're not allowed to use flippant excuses when you're doing that to kids. You're not allowed to use, it's like the religious people who have to go through particular ceremonies because they've decided God got it wrong. You're not allowed to use that sort of a flippant argument when you're messing around with kids. You're not allowed to use that sort of a flippant argument when in every other circumstance it's a baby. If she falls over, if someone kicks her, it's a fucking baby. But if you want to go to the doctors, it's suddenly not. You don't get to have that flippant argument of, well, that's just because we don't know what consciousness is yet. That's too flippant of an argument for such a fucking severe thing. You need a better argument than that, mate. And that's all you've got. And you think that's so good that you get to just not even bother with that anymore and just absolutely proclaim that you've got the right to do whatever the hell you want with your body. Well, you're not killing yourself, are you? What are you talking about? And technically, you're not allowed to do that. I'm pretty sure. Now then. I don't know why I'm moving like that now. Because I don't know what I'm doing, but I know the subjects I'm talking about I understand better than any single other person who I hear talking about them on both sides of both arguments. Some people have got a lot of good stuff to say about particular sides of particular arguments, but they don't understand the other side. I can't imagine how anybody's supposed to believe me, but I understand both sides. I know where they conflict and how good a reason they've got for their conflict, or how bad a reason they've got for their conflict. Of how simple it is to describe one person's mistake, or how difficult it is to describe another person's, but possible. Of how easy it is to work out a way where people with differing opinions on most subjects can easily get on. Instead of arguing about who's right and who's wrong. Because there is no right and wrong to some things. There's only preference. It's not about right or wrong. It's like, is it wrong to like mint ice cream? Well, no, what are you talking about? Can't be wrong to like mint ice cream. So lots of things are just like that. Some things aren't, though. And they have answers as to what's okay and what's not. And it's not a subjective thing, good and bad, when you get down to those very few things, like purposely hurting people, whether they're children or not. That's not a moral debate, is it? Is it okay to purposely hurt kids? That's not a subjective matter. It's just not, because there's no such thing as good or bad if that's a subjective matter. There's just no such thing. God can't even make there be a good or bad. All he's doing is just enforcing a rule. But there's no such thing as a celestial good or bad. That's no different than a tyrant. Doesn't matter how good his rules are, if he's being tyrannical and doing it by force, then he's a tyrant. Good and bad is not subjective. There's some peripheral stuff that you might want to start getting into that's a bit more loose and subjective. Yeah, okay. But the baseline is not subjective. You don't want people to hurt you. Therefore, it's not logically possible to say and be true when saying that you don't understand it's okay that you don't understand that other people don't want you to hurt them. And that what it feels like when someone hurts you, bad, is the definition of fucking bad. And to pretend that other people won't feel bad when you do bad things to them is a lie. It's a lie to pretend. It's that simple. It's a lie. Good and bad is not subjective. It's just a really simple precept. And maybe a preset. Accidental design. Don't hurt people on purpose. That almost covers everything, because, you know, stealing someone's stuff is basically hurting them in that roundabout way. It's definitely potentially hurting them without caring. And it's definitely all of the emotional and psychological hurting. And that's real and shouldn't be ignored, although there's a lot of debate in what counts as somebody infringing on you by doing something that makes you have an emotional response. So if someone walks down the street waving a sign that you don't like, I don't think you're allowed to blame them for making you feel a particular way. You can say that the sign made you feel a way, but you don't get to blame them as if that now it's their fault that you're feeling the way you're feeling. No, they're just doing what they're doing. You don't get to do that to people. You don't get to say the t-shirt you're wearing happens to be a band that I really hate, and I know someone who ended themselves because of that band, and you wearing that t-shirt gives me a horrible emotional response. I'm going to blame you. No, you can't. That's stupid. Well, it's the same as anyone who's got a bloody protest sign that you might not like. You can disagree with it, but you don't get to say that they're making you feel a particular way just by waving it. You don't get to do that. Not in a way that means that now they deserve some sort of reaction based on that. You can react to them. You just don't get to say that they're making you feel something that you now are allowed to sort of emotionally defend yourself against. It doesn't work like that. It's not me saying the rule says it doesn't work like that. The truth is that it's not like that. You're just making a false claim of who's to blame for the way you feel inside your brain. Now, if they're purposely coming to you to make you with something specific on purpose to you, well, then that's fucking obvious, isn't it? But that's not them happening to just be over there saying something you don't like. Someone being mean to you on purpose is different to someone saying something you don't like. If people want to say, oh my God, don't listen to that absolute nutter, have you seen the state of him and look at his teeth and all the rest of it, how can anybody who lets themselves get into that sort of a condition ever be taken seriously ever? Yeah, fine. That's you completely disregarding what I say based on not just my appearance, but what you're inferring from my lack of care about my appearance. Okay, that's absolutely fine. I'm not saying you're wrong or right. I'm saying that it's perfectly fine for you to act like that towards me, and you're not doing anything wrong. If you were to come up to me and start really, really laughing at me and pointing at me and saying mean, horrible things to me in an unfriendly way, not in a taking the piss if you were my mate and you would go, fucking look at the state of you, Brian, can you even eat an apple? You know, that'd be funny. That'd be my mate taking a piss. But if you're a complete stranger, just come up to me, started being mean and horrible and pointing at me and laughing and going, look at your fucking teeth, you're disgusting, you're a disgrace, mate, fucking Well, I would say you're being mean to me now. And I might not like that. I might be mean to you back. But there's a difference, isn't there? If he happened to be standing over there and I just heard him talking about the fact that he can't stand people with disgusting teeth, well, he's allowed to not like people with disgusting teeth, and I'm allowed to be one of the people that he doesn't like because of my fucking teeth. That's fine. You're not doing anything wrong by not liking it. Well, neither's anyone else not doing anything wrong by saying they don't like whatever you happen to be into. Or you're part of the what's it scene, are you? Okay, cool. Well, that person over there said they don't like people from that scene. Well, so fucking what? He doesn't have to like you. Who said everyone has to like you? Well, they have to respect me. That's different, though. What do you mean by respect? Well, they have to never, ever say anything that would even suggest... Shut up, that's not respect. What are you talking about? They have to respect you as an individual in the world. Yeah, that means they have to come and not, try and forcibly stop you from doing it. Right. So if you want to wear weird clothes, they're not allowed to come and try and stop you. Yeah, fucking right they're not. They're already not allowed. That's already a law. They're not allowed to come and grab hold of you and try and stop you from wearing whatever clothes or makeup you wear. But they're allowed to stand over there and say that they think it's fucking weird. Even if it's not weird, they're allowed to say that they think it is. And if you think they're not allowed, well, how about you... How about you demonstrate why you think it matters that you think they're not allowed? I'm not on about how many people have you got on your side that will punish them if they don't think that it's okay. I know you can convince people to go and beat them up for you. He said I look silly and dumb, and he said the things I said was stupid. Go and get him for me, Mr. Policeman. He bullied me. Oh yes, nothing you said is ever stupid, so that sounds reasonable to me. We heard you were bullying this person. That's not you being right. That's you being a bully. You're bullying the very people you reckon are being horrible to you. All they're doing is saying they think what you're doing is weird. You're saying they're not even allowed to say that. I'm probably breaking laws by making this fucking video as far as you guys have got with all the... I'm not even kidding. There'll be interpretations of what you consider to be fucking offensive speech, where somehow I'm doing something wrong to individuals by explaining that I think there are inaccuracies in things that they say when explaining things, not when telling me how they feel. You tell me how you feel. Either you're telling me the truth or you're lying. I assume you're telling me the truth. Cool. You tell me how you feel. Right. What do you think that means? Other than you feel like that. Great. Because that's the bit I am allowed to discuss. What you think it means as relates to other people. You think you've got 10 arms, do you? Okay, fine. You want me to say you've got 10 arms? Well, that's different. Am I allowed to discuss that with you? No. Oh, no, Brian, you have to just say it. Otherwise, you're questioning the validity of what they're saying. Yeah, fucking right I am. They said they've got 10 arms. That swimmer said they're not cheating. Am I not allowed to question that? No? No one ain't got nothing. The best you got is to call me a name. It's possible someone who might see this one day might be able to take offence to it in such a way and have enough influence or the ability to anyway, and somehow be able to tell people that what I've done is horribly offensive to the point of illegality, and I might get done for it. Yeah, I might, yeah. Yeah, I might, yeah. Of course, I reckon they're stupid enough that even with the dodgy laws that they've actually got on their side right now, that I could still interpret it so as to make me, it wouldn't stick. It wouldn't stick, because I know what my intentions are, and they're demonstrable. So saying I hate this group, I'm being mean to that group, this, that, that's all just rubbish. And I'd be able to demonstrate that. So I'm not worried. I'm not saying that can never happen. It's possible if this happens to spread in some weird way at some stage or something like that, and the wrong activist person sees it, says, oh, he's talking about that topic, that's one of them ones, I could probably get him done for that. Yeah, maybe you could, mate, and maybe it'll work, but it won't stick, so I'm not worried. So what I'd like That will never happen. But fuck it, I've got to finish this fucking sooner or later. What I'd like is someone who thinks they know what they're fucking talking about to dare to tell me I'm wrong. Anyone. The truth can cure fucking half the mental health industry. Simply by en masse explaining to people who have got massive trends as far as their mental health is concerned that there are technicalities to do with it that are incorrect, that will not stop them from feeling the way they feel, but it will just mean that all the fucking horrible confrontation and conflict stuff that comes as an arise of it, whether it's their fault or your fault, will stop. Because there'll be no need for any of the things that are causing the conflict. The only thing that's causing the conflict is the fact that you think you've got a rock solid foundation to your foundation. And you haven't even got a foundation. And the whimsical stuff that gets presented as the foundation that never gets spoken about is junk. Absolute fantastical junk, like believing in genies. If I think it, then it's true. I mean, fucking what you on about? It can be explained, the errors can be explained in a way where the errors can't be argued. They can only be tantrumed against. So any religious person, from any religious discipline, anytime you want. Real time. You can do this weird correspondence thing if you want to send emails and I'll answer your fucking questions. I'll shred anything you've got. Any single person who believes in a God that thinks they've got any foundation for their moral framework has got zero, and you won't last 5 minutes in a conversation with me about it. I can demonstrably reduce everything you've got to support your faith as far as your celestial whatevers are concerned. I can reduce it to rubble in seconds. Any of your cultural trends, conceptual frameworks, philosophical frameworks, reduced to rubble in seconds. Not to destroy them, to take out the inaccuracies and have them stand on their own with the truthful parts of them. You know, it feels weird and arrogant at the same time, but it feels weird to feel like no one will ever hear what I'm saying, and yet they need to hear what I'm saying. Because the way I fucking deliver it in ranty long videos like this, I'm fucking... It's not going to do what I want. But there isn't anybody at the top of their field who can argue with me about it and be right. I already know what they're going to say. I already know how wrong they are, and I already know how I can demonstrate it in a way that they can't say fuck all about. They can only call me names, and I win the second you do that. I don't win the argument the second you do that. The argument is won or not before we start, because the truth of it is the truth of it before we even fucking start. Whether or not I can explain it right and win the argument or not is a different matter. You calling me names just means you're not the person to be having the conversation with. That's all that would mean. That's how I win. I win by realising you're the wrong person to talk to. Because I want a resolution and or solution and or answer. if you're going to resort to calling me names because I've said something that you can't argue against, well, you're not the person I should be talking to, because you're a moron, and I need to talk to somebody who's got the ability to maybe find a resolution and or solution and or answer. Or at least know it when they hear it, if they can't do it themselves. If you don't know the answer to a maths problem and someone shows you how to work it out, well, that's just that, isn't it? There's no point shouting at them about it. So I'm serious. I know absolutely there isn't any religious scholar or leader that can argue his religion with me. There isn't anyone who's able to even fucking talk about mind and consciousness that can tell me anything I've said's wrong. Never mind fucking argue with me in the weeds. Arrogant fuck. Got to do something, I'm stuck. I'm not prepared to do sensationalist stuff. I've tried performing, I can't do it, it's too weird. To do it on purpose is weird, I can't let it go on purpose. And as soon as I'm doing it on purpose, I'm trying, and I can't do that for very long before it fucking just does my head in, because it's not real, it's trying. But I know that I'm right. Not because I'm just arrogant enough to feel like I know I'm right, because I've double, triple, quadruple checked my work, I know I'm right. So either we want solutions to these problems or we fucking don't. But let's stop pretending if that's the case, eh? Because you're all arguing your case like you reckon you're right. And on most things, neither side's right. On some things, though, one side happens to be right, and it's not always the same side. Don't. Even if I happen to have touched on a few subjects that seem to be one-sided, just happens to be the case on those particular subjects. Anyway. So, there's another video for fucking hours and hours and hours that no one will ever see. Shame. Because if there was anyone with any integrity that ever saw me, they'd want to talk to me. The only people who normally don't want to talk to me are people who don't want to admit that either they're wrong or what they've done is wrong, and they don't want to have to admit it. Well, you admitting it isn't what makes it wrong. And you refusing to admit it is what makes it more wrong. So, now what's going on? Because it's wrong whether it's wrong. It's not wrong because you decide it's fucking wrong. If you hurt someone, it's wrong whether you've said sorry to them or not. The fact you haven't even bothered to say sorry to them, never mind explain what you've done. Because saying sorry for an arbitrary thing is as good as doing it out your bum. You want to try explaining what you've done, so as that the person you're saying sorry to can know that you're saying sorry for what you actually fucking did, not for some edited version to try and get out of half of it. Because that's not a real sorry, that's an insult. Because if you're not coming with a real sorry, you may as well not bother. Because it's an insult to come with half a sorry. Because if you come with a real sorry, you won't even need to finish the fucking sorry. Whoever you're saying sorry to, fucking already fucking it's all right. Because you're already actually really sorry, aren't you? It's a genuine sorry, isn't it? But you don't get to just off the cuff the cunt as if it don't matter when it's something really important, when you really hurt someone. Pretending you didn't even hurt them is something that's, I can't even imagine that. I can only imagine someone acting like that when they're nowhere near the person they've hurt. But if you're seeing the person all the time and you're acting like nothing happened, that's fucked up. You know that, don't you? That's really fucked up. You haven't said nothing to them. Or worse, maybe you've given them a half-assed, not really true explanation and acted like it doesn't matter that you weren't honest with them when giving the explanation. Maybe you said you were sorry, oh, I'm sorry if I hurt you. As if, you weren't sure what had happened and you didn't know if you'd hurt them or not, but you kind of have got some sort of a feeling you might have hurt them, and so you'll say an in passing sort of when what you've done's really bad, but you're just going to act like, that's disrespectful, that's not a sorry, that's worse than not saying anything. Because now you've acknowledged that you've acknowledged it, but you're not fucking acting as though you've done what you've done. You're acting as though you haven't really done anything, or you're not even sure at all if anything's happened. Sorry if I hurt you. Oh. What could possibly lead you to think you might have hurt me? Was it that thing that we know definitely happened? Yeah. All right. Are you acting like that maybe hurt the person? Oh. Nah, don't matter, I'm sure. Maybe they'll ask you about it. You could not tell them the truth about why you did it. Maybe you got the gall to say that there's something wrong with them for being upset about the fact that you did it and haven't said sorry and didn't give an explanation or gave a wishy-washy explanation that wasn't actually true, which under them circumstances is a fucking thing to do. Because the person you've done something wrong to is really upset, and now it's with you. Not for what you originally did, but because when you said sorry, you weren't even being fucking true. You were still off trying to get away with it, which is not saying sorry. It's not true. You can only say sorry if you're saying sorry for the thing that you actually did. Just like Jesus can't say sorry for you. Only you can say sorry for you. Only you can mean it. And only the person you hurt can forgive you, or say that you never needed one in the first place. They're the only one who's allowed to say it, though. No one else is allowed to say it. Other people can assume it. Your mate can say, they'll probably be all right. Yeah, but, it's not up to anyone else, is it? It's up to the person you let down or whatever. Hurt, whatever it is. But if you're going to bother saying sorry, you have to be saying sorry for what you actually did, which means you have to be honest about what you're saying sorry about. Which means you should probably tell them exactly what you're saying sorry for. You probably won't even need to get halfway through telling them if you're telling them the truth, because they'll already recognise it, because they fucking already know the exact explanation of what you did wrong. They're just waiting for you to act like there's something wrong with it, so as that they can know you're not the sort of person who fucking thinks it's okay. Because when you don't act like it's wrong, it looks like you think it's okay. Oh, that's fucking scary to anybody you've actually done something wrong to. They're not going to want to be around you. You've demonstrated you can do that and think it's fucking okay. And a wishy-washy explanation is exactly the same thing, eh? So have a bit of respect. And either be too fucking embarrassed to even look them in the eye, because you're so mortifyingly embarrassed of what you did wrong that you can't imagine even talking to them or looking at them without blubbering a sorry out. And you're not ready to do that yet, so you can't even look at them. That's, but that's understandable, at least. That's logically consistent. You feel like you've done something wrong to somebody, you're horribly embarrassed because you know it was wrong, and you feel so bad about the fact that you did it, for whatever reason, that you did it. I'm just saying, you feel bad about it. And you feel so bad, you're not ready to say sorry yet, because it's such a big sorry, let's say. Such an embarrassing sorry or whatever. And so because of that, you don't speak to them for 6 months. Yeah. I get it. That sort of makes sense in a way as well. It's so hard for you to do. You can't imagine standing in front of them and not saying sorry. So you better not even stand in front of them, eh? Yeah. If you're visiting them once a week and you owe them a big sorry like that, and you're not saying anything. Fucking hell, mate. That looks like you don't care. Looks like you don't give a fuck. Looks like you think you don't even owe a sorry. Looks like you think you didn't even do anything wrong. Well, if you did do something wrong and the person sees you acting like that, they're going to think, fucking hell, I'm not hanging around here long. These people think it's okay to be wrong. Think they don't have to say anything. Think I'm just taking the fucking piss trying to make it a song. It's very possible that I actually do know what's going on and can explain everything and make it all right in a song. And smoke spliffs because my throat gets wrecked when I do a song. Now he thinks he's cocky and all. Look, now look what's going on. Fucking hell, the video's getting long. Now I'm fucking rhyming on purpose and all. Fuck it. I want to tell everyone it's all good, but it's only all good if you also think it's all good. Because saying it's all good isn't the same as saying everybody is good. It's all good if you're basically good and sorry for the bits you did that was wrong. But you do have to be sorry for the bits you did that was wrong, because otherwise, who the fuck are you? And saying you're sorry, as in like, well, I am sorry for that thing I did, but I never bothered saying sorry to them, that don't mean fuck all. Don't mean fuck all. You sitting at home on your own saying that you do feel sorry for that thing you did to that, but means fuck all, mate. So either accept that you're the sort of person who doesn't feel like they need to say sorry, or go and say sorry. You'll probably be told it's all right. Or maybe you'll be told how much you hurt that person. Maybe you should know. Maybe you've been getting away with not knowing how much you hurt them. Maybe your punishment should be knowing how much you hurt them. Maybe that's too severe a punishment. Maybe you shouldn't know how much you hurt them. Maybe you should just show them respect enough to demonstrate that you acknowledge that you did hurt them, because that would normally denote a particular behavioural response. You would act like you're sorry. Or you would act like you're so fucking embarrassed you can't say a word. But that would look like that. So it's up to you. But I see lots of people talking about lots of things. And I don't see many people talking about what's actually true. I just see them cheerleading their own side, not really understanding even their own side, never mind the other side, which they understand even less. And so it's really easy to argue it, isn't it, when you're calling the other side a bunch of morons that don't know anything. Oh, yeah. Well, that other side, the reason they say we're wrong is just because they hate us. Yeah. Even if that's true, even if they do hate you, that's got fuck all to do with whether they're right or wrong. They might hate you. They probably don't. But it means nothing as to whether they're right or wrong in their argument. So, I don't know. I would love for people to see this, and maybe I'll be able to cut this one up because I've talked about some sensitive topics in more detail without being too worried about what I'm saying. And I might be able to chop this up into some bits where I might be able to make some bit that does get enough fucking sensation, and I might get thrown in jail for something that I've said because I've pissed off a group in a way that they throw a fucking tantrum because you can't fucking attempt to cure people's mental health anymore. It's considered an offence. So, you know, maybe I will be able to get one out of this one where I'm going to be able to get some fucking attention. Please give me attention. Yeah. maybe I will. And maybe there will be someone from these activist groups and stuff like that who would come and have a talk with me, because I could convince them easily of the message they should be sending to the people that are listening to them. That would be supportive of the people that are listening to them, but correct the errors in the foundations of their philosophy, because they need correcting, because it's 2 + 2 = 3, and you can make logical determinations out of that, and it might not matter in the first few steps that you do, because you might not need to be that accurate, but eventually it's going to get so wildly out of step that the things, your conclusions you're coming to are just crazy. Yeah, like children can't have tattoos or drink alcohol, but they can go through surgeries. They can consent to that, can they? The only thing in the whole world an 11-year-old's allowed to consent to, yeah, is that. Really, of all the things that they're not allowed to consent to, you decided that that would be the thing they are allowed to consent to. You're going to need a better explanation than a flimsy fucking philosophy that looks more like a fucking colander. As if you were wearing it on your head. Like a Pastafarian. Yeah, exactly. Look that one up. That really happened. Yeah, so maybe they will. Maybe they'll come and talk to me. Maybe someone else from one of the other things will see it at some stage and they'll come and talk to me. Maybe someone can show them clips of it if anyone sees this at any stage and like is into that. People are into all sorts of stuff. Send them juicy clips if you want. Ones that might get them to come at me in anger, if that's what it takes. I don't care, because I'll soften their anger quite easily, because I'll explain it to them in a nice, calm way. That's just like, you know, I'm not going to get angry at them in the same sort of a way as I do with the back and forth here. I'm going to be lovely and polite Brian to them, and unfortunately deconstruct their entire worldview in front of them, put it back together again in the way they prefer more than the one they had, without even realising, because they still get basically everything they already had, just without all the negative conflict bits, the bits that make you feel like it's bad, because you don't like half the fucking arguments and conflicts that go on in culture based on whatever your philosophy happens to be, religion happens to be, whatever the case, political team happens to be. You don't like all of the, what do you want to call it, friction. Yeah, neither do I, neither does anyone. Both sides don't like it. Both sides think they're right. Both sides are right about some bits, wrong about other bits. And both sides need to realise they're not actually fighting, they just feel like they are, because they're arguing about the wrong bits of their arguments. You're arguing about the bits you can't prove. I can prove them. There isn't anybody in the entire psychiatric field, anywhere in the world, that will be able to stand up in any conversation with me as far as what's going on in here when it comes to subjectivity, personal experience, and how that relates to males and females and their interactions and their roles or lack of, as far as stereotypes, expectations, and actual reality is concerned. And everything that they have determined from their ideas around those things is incorrect, based on them having an incorrect understanding of them things to begin with. And there isn't anybody in any of the fields, because I've listened to them all and I've read them all, and I know they're wrong. I know their interpretation of it is flat wrong. And so everything they're building from that sounds like a good logical determination, but they're flat wrong at the bottom. Flat wrong, mate. It's not subjective matter at all. It's the opposite of one. It's the exact opposite of subjective, whether you're male or female. It's the exact opposite of subjective if how you feel or behave has got anything to do with whether you're male or female. and it's not at all subjective, if there are stereotypes as far as norms are concerned for cultural, social and or any behaviour that a particular gender might be expected to have, and how that relates to what they're meant to have. Because they're not meant to have any of those things in order to be what they are. It's not subjective. How you feel is your own subjective feelings. What those feelings mean is based on truth. Either what you're feeling is correct or it's not. And if you think that's not true, you're wrong. Sorry, you're wrong. What you're feeling can be true, but it can also be not true. That's not a debate. It's a self-evident truth of conscious beings. Some of the things they feel can be inaccurate as far as their interpretation of the real world. That's that. They can be inaccurate and often are. That's fine. We just need to recognise that and stop acting like that's not the case, and that is this subjective thing, like what ice cream flavour you like or who you happen to be into. Yeah? That elevates outside of preference, whether you fucking like the word or not. Calling it a preference doesn't mean it's a choice. Words mean what they mean in the context that they're put in. Words don't mean whatever they mean based on whatever you think they might mean were they placed in a different context. Oh, well, that preference word can be used in a different context, so when he uses it in this other context, I'm not going to give him that. I'm going to just take it out of that other one and say that he was meaning that. Oh, right, so you're just going to change what I mean on the fly, are you? Well, the word you used could be used in multiple contexts, Brian, and how am I supposed to know which one you were using it in? Well, it's fucking obvious. Look at the one it's set in. Well, it gets used in these other contexts, though, and if it was to be that one, it would mean something unnice, and I would be able to get upset about that, and that's much juicier than being told I'm wrong. So I'll presume that when he said preference, he meant some other thing, and he's trying to say that the way I feel is like some performance choice. No, it's not. That's not what I'm saying, and you know it's not. Who you're attracted to is a sexual preference. Being heterosexual is a sexual preference. It doesn't matter if it's the default, the norm, or anything else. It's a preference. So there's nothing demeaning by labelling something a preference. It's just technically accurate that everything you're using to define who you are or how these things are defined are not how they're defined. You're just talking about personal preferences, how you feel. It's got nothing to do with what you are. You are what you are, and you feel how you feel, and they match a lot of the time, and when they don't, they don't, and that's fucking that. So, where was I? Oh, that's right, no one will see it, and it won't matter, and anyone who does see it that's in a position won't have the balls to come and talk to me. They won't have the balls. They don't understand anything they're talking about well enough to even be able to describe their own position. I know their position better than they do, and I can tell them what's wrong with their position. They're so inept at understanding their own position, they won't even understand why my explanation of the errors in their position is even an explanation of errors. But you never know. One of them might have some integrity and come and have a conversation with me about it, and it'll be a nice, calm, easy conversation where I'm able to explain why what you think is wrong and what you should be thinking is right. That's what you should be thinking. Things that are right, not things that are wrong. And it happens, we all think things that are wrong. So let's see if anyone wants to come and listen to my song. Or if you all think I don't know what's going on. I'm just talking to myself for the fun of it, because I'm on one. Yeah, fuck it. I don't know how I end it now. I keep trying to do freestyle and all that fucking stuff. I don't like writing stuff down, it feels weird. But I can't do it when I record.